Also, fun fact: the memory card icon for this game is exactly the same as Blood Omen 2. You're just cutting corners everywhere. Did that thing just tell me to eat a kiwi? Don't mind if I do! Hope everyone's doing well on this Friday. If haven't noticed, I haven't complained yet. It was amazing. By the first time this entire month that I haven't said something terrible to start the stream with. You know why? Things are everything's coming up Millpool. Got myself an interview Monday. I have a group interview later in the day. I have a interview on Tuesday, and I have an assessment to take today. Millpool! Mom! Bart's swearing! I hope it goes well too. You'll know Wednesday. When I come back into pure loader form and
this history in part I knew
just start
already.
flipping the fuck out again.
How as the vampires began to die out, the pillars summoned human guardians to fulfill their roles.
Also
It
60
seemed the
degrees
ancient
out on February
vampires had
9th.
adopted, and when necessary, abducted
Is this
the
Michigan?
human guardians and made vampires of them when they came of age, until the humans rebelled against their masters. And here, I made a surprising discovery. It was Mobius, the time streamer, spontaneous guardian of death, who led the bloody revolt. Now, I understood why Mobius hated me so.
I already talked over the cutscene, so I'll
I was
just
the
talk over
first
this. I don't even care about
guardian
this game
in all
anymore.
these centuries,
Yeah.
and he knew what my
I didn't see
coming
it.
signified.
I didn't see it live. WCW
Reminded him of all
came into Discord after I was streaming and told me about it. And I caught a recap of it earlier today. If it wasn't leaked that it was going to happen, someone, I want to say it was on Sportster, they leaked that this is all a work, that it's going to end up being Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. If that wasn't leaked, I would have believed that was real. The way The Rock acted that very well, because he didn't do the normal Rock, he didn't do any of the normal Rock stuff where he didn't do his typical, he didn't use any of his catchphrases, he didn't use any of his normal, what's the word I'm looking for? Normal antics, you know. He looked like he was very hurt by what was said. I thought that was very well done. Also, the fact that they allowed The Rock to drop like numerous F-bombs. Bravo. I guess anything you can to deflect away from what's happening to Vince McMahon, but hey, I that is awesome. I just hope that I hope the match is as good as what they're building towards. And my theory is The Rock is going to weasel his way into being the ref for the match. And they're going to do it, Tyson. They're going to do the Tyson thing. Where you're going to think that The Rock is on Cody Rhodes' side. I mean, you're going to think The Rock is on Roman Reigns' side the entire time until the reveal at the end where The Rock rock bottoms Roman Reigns and then does a fast 3 count for Cody Rhodes. That's one of my theories. My other theory is that they're going to save face by having it to where The Rock is the ref and he's going to be on Roman Reigns' side the entire time. Something's going to happen where Roman Reigns hits Cody Rhodes with a chair or something, Cody's gonna try to swing at Roman Reigns. The Rock's going to interfere, and then someone else, another legend, is gonna come into the ring. I'm assuming my theory is Cody Rhodes is gonna knock out the Rock or something like that's gonna happen, and then some other person is going to interfere in the match and do a 3 count in place of the Rock, and then Cody Rhodes is gonna have the belt for a day, and then they're gonna strip him of his title because they're going to say that whoever counted the 3 wasn't the official ref. Those are my 2 theories of what I think is going to happen. Yes, the CM Punk that's one of the few times I'll ever say that I enjoyed a CM Punk bit. The CM Punk, what he said on the microphone, I can't quite quote it. I only watched it one time. But yeah, my theory, if they go with Route 2, who would be interfering in the match, to either knock the Rock out or interfere with the match to be a stand-in ref, is either Hogan, Cena, or The Undertaker. Hogan, my theory with Hogan is because Hogan and The Rock have history. Also, they go back to WrestleMania. Also, they've been teasing the fuck out of Hogan lately. Cena, because Cena and The Rock, Cena's trying to retire. He's trying to do his last match. So to give Cena more of a push and to give him a last match with The Rock would kind of be cool. And the reason I say Undertaker is because Roman Reigns, now if Brock Lesnar gets raced from WWE, Brock Lesnar never ended Undertaker's streak. It would be Roman Reigns. That would mean that Roman Reigns, that would give Undertaker a reason to come down to the ring, because he would have a vendetta with Roman Reigns. So that's my take on my theories. I do agree. It was very compelling television. They're doing a really good job covering up all the crap that's happening with Vince. I just watched an iceberg of Vince McMahon's crap over the past 20 years. That guy is so screwed. He's not recovering from this. He's done. Like, just because it's Vince, I thought maybe that they would pull it into being a work, that it would end up being something stupid. Just because it's Vince and it's not beyond Vince to do something like that. I mean, this is the same guy that tried to get his own daughter involved in an incest angle. Vince is going down for something. Like, the only thing that's gonna get him off the hook is if he pleads, he's not mentally capable of going to jail. Yeah. Not looking good for old grapefruits. And the other thing, too, is that a lot of people say that they don't believe that Vince McMahon is guilty of the current thing. That is just someone trying to give allegations. Now, I know this isn't everyone's opinion. That it's just someone coming out of the woodwork to try to add allegations. But, if he doesn't go down for this,
the orb that once
someone's going to get him
this
eventually.
portal had been destroyed. To power it, I would need to find a substitute.
There's only one person. There's only one person that can get Vince McMahon off the hook on this. Running for president. think it's funny that, you know, in 2024 we actually have a legitimate chance to see wrestling or see politics turn into a legitimate wrestling angle. More so than Jesse the Body Ventura becoming the governor of Minnesota. And you know what? In that little WrestleMania fight they had, I'm so happy that Roman Reigns got to say what we've all been thinking for a really long time, because I'm really tired of hearing about Dusty Rhodes from Cody Rhodes. Like, dude, we know who your dad is. We're aware. What's going on, Gray? That is a nice breeze rolling in right now. Go for some more of that. I knew that was gonna happen. He's gone. There's nothing we can do about it. Like I said, I hope everyone is having an excellent Friday. I hope everyone is going to have themselves an excellent weekend. Hopefully, if everything pans out correctly and I can stay up for this entire run, game will be done tonight. And that leads us to all day tomorrow. Play 6 amazing fighting games. Street Fighter EX3. Street Fighter Alpha 1, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, and of course, Third Strike. I don't have anything against Dusty Rhodes. I don't think... I just don't think I understand that era of wrestling entirely. That's... My dad is a huge Dusty Rhodes fan. My dad is also a plumber. I think one of Dusty's best matches is when he, it was either 98 or 99, he was in ECW. It was after he got fired from WCW. He did a bull rope match with Steve Corino. I want to say that's who it was. Dude bled like he was 20 years old. there is something really cool happening in Neck of the Woods coming up next month. GC fucking W is in town. Got Nick Gage on the flyer. Going on, Yuri. I'm glad that your account is in good standing. I was actually super excited to see you back. But you went through some bullshit, to say the least. Put out a little disclaimer against your public enemy number one. Yeah, dude, I've had this shirt for a long time. I can't tell you how many people have looked at this like, dude, is that a Red Hot Chili Pepper shirt? No. What am I supposed to do? I find myself saying this all the time in this game. What am I supposed to do? No, if you have Discord, you're welcome to join the Discord channel. Everyone in there is pretty cool. I have it linked on the bottom. We got like a metal chat in there, and not the most active Discord. It's usually just me ranting all the time at weird hours of the night. I got this from Hell's Headbangers. They used to sell. They might still sell them. I don't know. They had this on their site like maybe 6 years ago. Dude, that pressing of rotting is awesome, dude. Yeah, Hell's Headbangers has a lot of they have a lot of issues with import-export for some reason from other countries, because I knew a guy from Bangladesh that sent them a ton of shirts, and he was asking me like, how long does it take for them to get stuff? Like, dude, I don't know. You got to talk to them. I don't know how it works. I think it took him like 6 months to get this, sent him like 100 shirts of 6 different bands, like 600 shirts, and I guess it was stuck in customs forever because in Bangladesh they have these weird like anti-blasphemy laws, and because it was labeled going to a place called Hell's Headbangers, they looked into like the entire shipment. They like searched all of it. Like they unfolded all of his shirts and like some crazy stuff. He had like a whole video of what customs was doing. And then the US customs was even didn't make it easier. They did the exact same thing too, because it was something coming from Bangladesh. Yeah, when I was doing Metal Extreme, there was a few guys from Bangladesh I used to talk to, and there's a guy I did a review for, and he was like, "Hey man, like it's really cool you did this review for me. I want to send you a CD." And I never got it. Like he sent me the tracking number and everything. It never left customs. What do they want? Yeah, when I miss Metal Extreme just because I had an excuse to talk to a lot of people I've always wanted to talk to. I met some cool people along the way doing it. Now I don't have any of those contacts anymore. That Facebook got hacked and whatever happened to it. But it was cool being able to talk to the band Abigail. I've been a fan of that band for a very long time. I used to own an original pressing of Forever Street Metal Bitch. Original Drakkar pressing. There's like 2,000 that exist in the world. What am I not seeing here? What am I not doing? Yeah, Abigail's one of my favorite bands. I like the fact that all of their albums are a different kind of black metal. Really hard to do. Like Intercourse and Lust had that that Scandinavian second wave feel to it, and then Forever Street Metal Bitch had that bulldozer sound to it, and then Sweet Baby Metal Slut had that that D-beat black metal kind of sound. And then Ultimate Unholy Death is one of the most underrated black metal albums of all time. Like that NME sound, like that album is so good. Dude, that song, A Witch Named Aspacueta or whatever the hell it is, off of Intercourse and Lust, like that is raw. And then I like that they re-record some of their their demos are cool. So I had their in the, what the hell is it called? In the Spell of the Pentagram? The Sign of the Pentagram or something? The one CD I've wanted of theirs for a long time is Welcome All Hellfuckers, because they took 6 tracks off of Forever Street Metal Bitch and they made them super raw. Do you know how that album has that really the guitar is really it's in your face, it's more thrashy? The Welcome All Hellfuckers put the bass up and turned down the guitar. They have that split with Impaled Nazarene too. Pretty good. That's also really fucking expensive these days. I remember when that split CD was like $10 on Hell's Headbangers. It's like $150 now if you find that thing. The funny thing is, I used to listen to Impaled Nazarene all the time. I used to think they were one of the best black metal bands, and now I don't even know what they even sound like. I haven't listened to them in so long. I don't remember what the album was that I used to listen to all the time. Like, there's just a lot of bands that I've just forgotten about because back in the day, I used to just, all I would do is I'd go to school, come home, listen to music all day. I would just let Winamp play everything on random, and I don't even remember what, like, I don't even remember a quarter of what I had. Yes. So the timer is coming back. My friend is actually coming over Sunday to give me full admin access to the computer. Once that happens, I'll have the timer probably right here. Wheels. Once I get access, I'm gonna find a way to incorporate wheels. I'm trying to get once I get access to it, I can install um um the Elgato Stream Deck stuff. The Elgato Stream Deck should have the old wheels saved, and that way I can just throw all that stuff on the list. I'm not getting. What am I missing? What am I not seeing? I'm gonna feel so stupid when I figure this out. What did I not grab? Yeah, all my old collection, my collection of music exists in two places. My old desktop still exists. I don't even know if the thing will turn on. And then I have a friend who has an external hard drive that has everything that was on that desktop Should have that hard drive somewhere. One of these days I'm gonna have to get access to that crap just so I can laugh and be like, I can't believe I had this band and I thought that I just recently discovered them. Here's their 2002 demo. That's why they have the fixed camera angles, because it hides their developer flaws. Like, it's funny because people mention bands and I'll just be like, why does that sound familiar? And then I'll listen to it and be like, oh, these guys. I know these guys. There's a lot of stuff that I never listened to. Like there's still bands that like I think I said this before, like one of the bands that I recently got into that I just never gave the time of day to for some reason back in the day was Dissection. Dude, I don't know what it is about Dissection that it's just... Dude, I tried listening to Storm of the Light's Bane a million times. I never got into it. And I listened to the other album first. Oh, like... Then I ended up going back and listening to Storm of the Light's Bane again, and I was like, I see what they did here. I'm not the biggest fan of like melodic black metal. Like a lot of melodic stuff it takes me a long time to get into it because there's two different ideas to melodic. There's the keyboard approach, like the over-the-top keyboard approach. I'm not opposed to keyboards in metal, but the over-the-top keyboard approach I do not like. If you're gonna use keyboards, I would rather you were a symphonic band than you're a melodic band. Because I think using the keyboards in melodic metal is cheating. You take away from a lot of the musicianship that you could actually do, and then you replace it with using a keyboard. So like, and one of the few exceptions to keyboard usage that it doesn't bother me is Emperor, because in the Nightside Eclipse is an amazing album. It depends on the approach of doom metal, if it sounds good or not to me. Like doom metal as a whole is just that's a weird genre for me, because I don't really like Candlemass that much. That's the band that everyone's like, how do you not like Candlemass? Saint Vitus is way better. Never really was too big on Cathedral either. I just think Epicus Doomicus Metalcus is it's just, I think it's over the top. It doesn't have that, like, I just don't view it as a doom metal album. I view it more as a classic heavy metal album because it doesn't have that, like, despair to it. It doesn't have that, like, Saint Vitus has that, like, misery to it. Then, like, classic heavy metal is another thing that I'm really iffy on too. Like, it's heavy metal bands are not all created equally. A lot of bands view that term very loosely. Like, trying to think of like a lot of people talk about Running Wild. I'm not a big fan of Running Wild. A lot of people like Exciter. Exciter doesn't excite me. But like, two of my favorite, like, without naming Sabbath, Priest, and Ozzy and bands, you know, like, you know, the mainstays of heavy metal. I think one of, like, two of the best straight up heavy metal albums are Savage's Hall of the Mountain King and Manila Road's Crystal Logic. I always mess with people when it comes to Sabotage because I always ask people if they ever heard of Sabotage, and they'll be like, no. Well, you ever heard of the Trans-Siberian Orchestra? Of course, you've heard of Sabotage. Have a good one, dude. Have an excellent start of your weekend, my man. These dudes like walking on air. They're walking on sunshine. Later, dude. Have a good one, man. I'll next time I see you on, I'll stop by. The game bugged or something? Like, I don't get what that. Hey, Victus. But yeah, going back to wrestling that we were talking about earlier, um, I found, I think I mentioned this a couple days ago. I found a stream, not a stream, at archive.org. They have all of 1996 ECW hardcore TVs unedited with all the music in it. So good. 1 second. Work text message. As long as it doesn't say reschedule, I'm fine with it. Alright, so this is the place where we came from, I believe. So the goal can't be to go this way. So let's get the hell out of here. Alright, this is where we fought the gargoyle. Okay. You've been struck by a smooth vampire. Whatever, game. See, I'm gonna be greeted by a statue on my way back. I like how Dr. Zero redeemed this game and hasn't even been here pretty much for any of these fucking games. Mr. College Man. Mr. I have better things to do with my life than watch the game I redeemed. I've known Dr. Zero and WCW for a really long time. And Medic Dude. I've known Medic Dude. Probably the longest out of everyone who comes here. Shit, I've known that dude for... $27 years? Crazy. Is it 28? Really bad at math right now. Yeah, you're right. It is 28 years. Jesus. Where does the time go? I know where the time goes. Time goes to Pete's basement. Ve Victus. that lightning doesn't strike statues. Statues certainly strike you. They strike each other? What the hell was that about? Didn't realize that the statues were engaged in a game of Counter-Strike and they're fighting over who gets the kill. Come on, come in. Come in. Where have all the good times gone? Either up your nose or in your veins, but nothing to gain except killing your brain. It's windy out. My favorite days in Michigan when it's like Seattle outside. Especially when we get that rain that's falling. Funeral. Fuck. Why did all the doors have to open? I know that sounds like a dumb thing to complain about, but that just means that there's more rooms I have to look into and knowing exactly where the hell to go. It took me an hour to find out what one of these palaces I was supposed to be in. Dungeons? I don't even know what the hell these are. Temples? Citadels? Cathedrals? Cult chapels of sanguine worship. Ooh! I broke the skybox. I think the funny thing about doing the challenge this way, where I'm just going to play the entire series, is that for 3 games straight, I get to be known as the blank guy. Like, I was the Castlevania guy, and I was the Maximo guy. Now I'm the Legacy of Kain guy. Cool thing about being the Legacy of Kain guy is that means I'm Loke. I didn't say woke, I said Loke. L-O-K. Who you trying to get crazy with, S.A.? Don't you know I'm loco? Yay, more green goo that I don't use. Hey, medic dude. Go back to a really old conversation. What do you think is the best weapon in Unreal Tournament? For me, it's the flag cannon. Flag cannon is OP. Best shotgun ever. Also, it has one of the best death animations in the original Unreal Tournament when you just shred someone to bits with it. Never was a fan of its alt fire though. But then again, I don't really know what would be a good alternative to be an alt fire for the flat cannon besides an exploding ball of shrapnel. Yeah, the slow rate of fire and how long it takes to load up the 3 when you alt fire. Wait, is that Unreal Tournament 4? 04, I mean, not 4 as in the number 4, but 4 as in the year. Isn't the alt fire? I know the alt fire in the original, it throws it like it just kind of bounces the missile out like it's a proximity mine. Isn't it 04 where it like you spool up the 3 rockets on it and then it shoots all 3 at the same time? I've never understood the alt fire on the minigun though. Like, okay, so you either shoot it, you either shoot the minigun clockwise, and you have to wait for it to spool up, or you shoot it counterclockwise, where it immediately fires and you have to wait for it to cool down. '99 was grenades. Shit, 6? That's overkill. I think the best alt fire in the game though is the Bioforce gun. That gun sucks. as regular fire when it just shoots the, as a friend of ours would say it, the Gib gun. But the alt fire is awesome, where it has that plasma laser. You can just track people with it. See, okay, the accuracy makes sense because I've always been more successful at killing people with the alt fire than I am with regular fire. I don't look forward to having to beat Zan on the PS2. The guy is already a bitch and a half on the PC. I played way before I even started doing any of this stuff. I played Quake 3 on here on the PS2 version of Quake 3. The final guy is impossible on the PS2. He has like immediate snap reaction with his rocket launcher, and like the second you peek a corner, you're dead. It's like playing Counter-Strike Source against the bots with just ops. Also, a huge shout out to Medic Dude for coding the most ridiculous map of all time in Counter-Strike Source. Trampoline. You don't remember Trampoline? You made the trampoline work that didn't have an asset. It was that map that we made. Well, I made the map. It was just a giant box. And then we put an invisible plane halfway through to where everyone would hit the plane and they'd bounce back up. And it didn't end until one of the teams was dead, so you'd just be jumping the entire time shooting at each other. You gave me the code for it. You found out how to make the code work. We ran it on the server a couple times. The problem was that we couldn't find out how to make it an infinite loop. Because every now and then we would fall, and then sometimes the match would just end because everyone would hit the ground. Sometimes the trampoline would work, sometimes it wouldn't. Good old Hammer World Editor. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Why I'm pissed off that all the doors opened. Why couldn't it have just been one door? You know, I gotta say, I think the balance of the universe is starting to kick in. Lions almost win the Super Bowl, or almost go to the Super Bowl, I should say. Puxatony Phil didn't see his shadow, and it's actually warm out. What the hell's going on? I just feel stupid. Like, I cannot figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing in this goddamn... is this a goddamn... I tried that. I definitely tried that.
Guess I wasn't standing at the right apex.
Vertice? There we go. Wasn't standing at the correct vertice. Function push. Vampire Leap. What's a vampire leap, you ask? Pretty much the same thing as a quantum leap, just with more blood. Vampire! Kiwi! Vampire! Bong polio! I need for my bong polio to get polio from the vampire. Oh, that's why. I tried stealing that one. I needed that one to go back. Resident Evil would have let me do it and be stuck in the void. fuck him up, man. Why did the other guy die so fast? And this dude's just like, I'm not dying. Dying will not be the death of me. I'm going to gargoyle fuck you. Get it? Because he's rock hard. Windy outside. I've already said that.
Say it again.
It's windy outside. The windy's shitty. Turn on fire. It's a beautiful morning. Yeah, just stand there. Great camera angle. Okay, trick to the statues is fire. Lava. Or power. Hooray! Progress. You've been statue fucked. Yeah, statue fucked.
I was confronted again with depictions of the vampire's champion, the bearer of the Reaver Blade. And here too was his Hilden adversary, with blazing eyes brandishing a flaming sword. Two heroes locked in combat which only one would survive. But which one? These murals prophesied two possible outcomes. I didn't know what Mobius was trying to concoct, but this all seemed too convenient.
Oh yes, it's too convenient.
You're not at 7-Eleven, Kain. Hey, Victus! Damn right. I didn't need a cutscene to show me what I just unlocked. I know that I just got through that passageway. I watched it crumble. I hit the square button. I did the thing. Oh, you didn't miss anything. Same old, same old. Statues and crumbling and Kain saying Ve Victus. Oh, so got a little funny story on the side of metal drama. I usually don't care, but this one's kind of funny. So, Kerry King went on record saying that Dave Lombardo is dead to him. He went on this whole rant about how Dave Lombardo screwed over Slayer and hiring attorneys and shit for unpaid wages and all this shit, and he was just like, "You're dead to me." So, Dave Lombardo unofficially responded with a picture that just says "You're dead to me too." I think Kerry King's musical integrity has been dead to everyone for quite some time. Those damn Cat in a Blender solos. Where in the hell am I? Is the name of that's what he was interviewed. He was being interviewed about his solo project, and then that's when he said all that about Dave Lombardo because during his interview about his solo project, someone asked him a question about Dave Lombardo, and that was what he said. Then Dave Lombardo replied back with that, saying, "You're dead to me too." I have not heard anything of his solo project. Is it called Carrie fucking King? Because I don't think this is his first solo project. Didn't he try to have... Didn't he try to have a solo project before called, like, Carrie King Enterprises or something? I know he had a clothing line. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
With this fourth and final fragment, the balance emblem was complete. I now had the means to unseal the mysterious chamber at the heart of the Citadel.
I'm gonna go on a brief little talk about the Kill the Kardashians shirts. It's cute, it's funny, I agree, but the petty reasoning behind them making those shirts is stupid. So, Kerry King, in that interview where he was saying that Dave Lombardo is dead to him, went on record saying that Dave Lombardo's attorney was under the impression that Slayer made Metallica money, and they were trying to... Dave Lombardo was suing the band for Metallica type earnings, which they don't make. I don't have a comment on that. I would think that Slayer has an adequate amount of money. I don't think any band on the face of the earth has Metallica money, but I'm pretty sure that Slayer is at least $1 million worth. Has at least a net. You know the word I'm looking for. For a band of Slayer's magnitude, for a Kardashian to wear a Slayer shirt, I don't understand the pettiness of the Kill the Kardashians shirt. Honestly, I think it would be funnier if they just put a picture of, I think it was Kylie Jenner that wore the shirt. Just put a picture of Kylie Jenner wearing a Slayer shirt on a shirt, like Beavis and Butthead, getting a tattoo of an ass on your ass. I'm not a fan of the Kardashians. I think they suck, but I don't think they deserve to die. I don't understand. Never understood those shirts. I mean, if I was Slayer, I'd be a little bit more concerned over the fact that the Night Stalker was a fucking Slayer fan. Slayer should count their blessings that in the 80s they didn't get called into court for subliminal messages for the Night Stalker. And I like how when that one fan carved Slayer into his arm and took a picture of it, and Slayer's like, oh, we don't condone this kind of... We're not going to say it's cool or anything. We're not even going to comment on it because we don't think that self-mutilation is a cool thing. But you're going to make shirts that say Kill the Kardashians on it? Just as edgelord as someone carving Slayer into their fucking arm. the fuck did I end up all the way back here? I got the right emblem.
For my ancient ancestors, the dark gift was clearly a curse, damning them to a kind of spiritual purgatory. But why were they compelled to seal this chamber so securely? Perhaps the lock was not meant to keep intruders out, but to imprison something within.
Kain, scion of balance, savior of Nosgoth.
What is this?
Your arrival is foretold. The fates have willed it.
Is that so?
I am the oracle of your ancestors. I can provide the answers you require. You needn't speak. I know your mind. You seek knowledge of your creature Raziel. This I can offer, if you will look. He has found the body of Janus Audron. He journeys now to Avernus Cathedral to seek the Heart of Darkness. You know what this means.
And why would I trust your prophecies?
These events are already written just as you feared. But there is still time. He can be stopped.
If Avernus is in flames, Raziel is 5 centuries beyond my reach.
I may aid you in this regard as well. This portal will transport you in time to the very hour that Raziel arrives in Avernus. This task is yours to carry out, since it was you who made him what he is. When you are ready, you may pass through.
I knew, of course, that this oracle was not to be trusted. But in the end, what choice did I have?
Jump in the fire!
This peculiar sensation was familiar to me, and the chamber did indeed appear altered by time. In this regard, at least, the oracle seemed to have been truthful.
I have delivered you faithfully to the very hour you desire. You know what must be done, Kain. There is only one way to prevent Raziel from doing great harm.
He is not my enemy.
But you are his.
We have officially reached the 75% mark. Who does Kain think he is, Titus? Using a water sword and shit? Where in time is Kain's legacy?
From this vantage point, I could see the city of Avernus in flames. The Oracle had indeed brought me to the time it promised. It might also be true then that Raziel was already there, seeking the heart of darkness. If so, he had to be stopped. I could not allow Janus to be raised.
Somewhere in this great cathedral, the heart of darkness lay concealed. The city outside was in chaos, and the cathedral would not be immune for long. During such times, buried secrets were often suddenly revealed, or lost forever.
What the hell am I supposed to do? Wing. Yay! There's... Yeah, keep hitting each other. No. You hit him in the nuts. The marbles? You hit him in the granites. You're welcome. How's it going, Sharpie? Going on, Retro Anonymous? The game definitely turned into a Walmart simulator again. Started off kind of cool, but then you go back to doing this crap. They really just kept reusing everything in this. It's still the best of the three, but it's just I'm boring. All of Kain's missions turned into the same thing as this guy's missions, where you're just running around and collecting things and putting them in places. I said this yesterday, I'm gonna say it again. This game is just missed with vampires. They're making it more and more like annoying in these things too, because they've ran out of ideas. You can tell that the IDOS team was just done. They reuse the same places all the time. Like the temples you go to get these new Reaver things, they're the same temple, just done slightly different. Oh yeah, I forgot that guy. Yeah. Spectral realm crap. Oh. Kain. That Beavis and Butthead game was interesting. It was still a better soundtrack than that Taz game. I thought my speakers broke when I first showed up. I was like, is that really the game? What the hell is going on? You're new at making music. Did that company only make Game Gear ports? what I don't understand is that they made the Beavis and Butthead game for Genesis a totally different experience than the Super Nintendo one on purpose, so people would be interested in playing the Genesis version. And then for the Game Gear, they modeled it after the Super Nintendo version. I don't think New Effects ever listened to War before. Surf Ninjas? Wasn't there a movie? Wasn't there a Surf Ninjas movie? I've never seen it. I've never seen the movie. I've only heard of it because one of the guys that's in the movie Pool Hall Junkies, Surf Ninja. And I have a friend that I've tried getting to watch Pool Hall Junkies a million times. Like, I refuse because that one guy is in Surf Ninjas. It's like, wow, Surf Ninjas is that bad, huh?
I had seen this symbol throughout these ruins. I should have realized what it was they worshipped. Now there was no question, for this scene depicted the ancient vampires' torment and despair as their curse cast them from the wheel of fate. So this was the god whose abandonment had driven them to madness and suicide. Finally, I understood. It was not the bloodthirst, but their immortality that was the true nature of their enemy's curse. The wisest, strongest, most noble race, gulled by the voice of that old parasite. But I had seen him, and whatever he was no god.
Two things when it comes to this game. I can't wait to watch you play Soul Reaver 2 because there's something in the game that I encountered that I just want to see if they made it different in Dreamcast. And the other thing is, the people in your stream that like these games, are they primarily European? Because I've noticed a pattern here is that people that really love this entire series seem to be from Europe. Like, the whole time I've been sitting here, like, what am I missing? Like, both Franken and Shadowcaster keep saying these games are awesome, and I'm like, what do Franken and Shadowcaster have in common? And then Koos was saying that he liked Blood Omen too, and I was like, wait a minute, there's a pattern emerging here. It seems to be that the games of the series that were popular states was Soul Reaver and Blood Omen.
All upon the wheel are blessed.
Rejoice in the turning of the wheel.
It does turn, though we cannot see it.
Your wheel is a lie.
And
Turn
the next gen sequels seem to be European favorites.
Die.
I mean, everyone keeps telling me that Soul Reaver, the first Soul Reaver is the best one. It's the one that I'm not able to play. So I look forward to playing that. I'm gonna have to play Blood Omen again first. I have no problem playing Blood Omen 1. That game is awesome. The thing that I noticed on this gen though, with it looks like IDOS did not give a shit about PlayStation. They made all the games run better on Dreamcast and Xbox. Yeah, the reason that I was wondering when you were playing Tokyo Extreme Racer if that one guy was in the game is because that's my favorite character later on in the series. That's why I made that emote. I looked for that I want to get a tattoo of that. And what was I gonna say? I've looked for that exact picture for years, and it never existed on the internet. Someone made a fandom wiki of the entire Tokyo Extreme Racer series, except they didn't say what car he drives in Tokyo Extreme Racer 1 or 2. That's why I was asking, because I couldn't find a video of it anywhere, and I couldn't find a picture of it on the wiki. But that didn't exist until that wiki was made, and I was like, hell yeah, finally! Like, I've been looking for that forever. I want that tattoo. And like I've been saying for a while now, I'm actually changing my name on Twitch after this game, and that emote right there is a pretty big hint of what it's going to be. Yep, that's it. Yep, Tokyo Extreme Loader. Everyone else keeps joking that I'm changing my name to Redoucher, which makes me kind of contemplate my idea here that I think Redoucher is an amazing name, but that's not what we're going with. But yeah, well, when you were playing Virtua Fighter 3, notice that there was the elevation changes. I said height differences. Couldn't find the word when I first noticed it, but I know that Virtua Fighter 3 was a big Evo game, which I don't see how elevation changes is fair in a professional fighting game, or in a professional tournament. Like there's so much that changes on the like the hitboxes change, and then like you're doing low attacks to someone while standing. Like that changes everything. I've never seen that in a fighting game before. I mean, I know there's like Bushido Blade has stuff like that, and like an actual like tournament fighting game. Like I've never seen that type of elevation change in a game. I guess Dead or Alive kind of has that, but not like you could avoid an attack by like that one stage there was a river. Like you could straight up just avoid someone's kick by just jumping into the river. Like that's crazy.
This spirit vessel was shielded by layers of occult energy. There had to be some means to dispel this barrier.
If that was commonplace for elevation changes in fighting games, like that changes the entire like genre of professional, like I guess yeah, well it's not really a genre, but like professional fighting games, like that changes a lot. Like frame data and everything goes right out the window when you can just jump up or jump down to like a higher plane, a lower plane. Like if they made Street Fighter 7 where like you could do like crap like that, like people would flip out. When Virtua Fighter 4 came out, I think Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution is the longest running Evo game that's still in the tournament. Like, it's still a game that you can participate in. Maybe, I think they might have took it out last year, but I know in 2022 there was still active tournaments for Street Fighter 4, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. Because when Daigo was getting his ass kicked in Street Fighter 5, he decided that he was going to go full-time Virtua Fighter. And he was the one, his stance on Virtua Fighter is the reason why they're, Sega's talking about bringing back Virtua Fighter 6. That game's been in development hell for years. And it's funny that they haven't made it yet, because it's in all those Yakuza games, you can go to the arcades and there's like there's mini arcade games within Yakuza that you can play, and then every single Yakuza game has a different Virtua Fighter in it. Gonna stab the ground? That was the first time I've ever seen Virtual Fighter 3. You mentioned something too about Virtual Fighter when you were playing it. You said that the AI was learning learning the way you play. That's something about Virtual Fighter that I've always admired. Whoever designed the AI in that game is a madman, because Virtual Fighter 4, it gets really insane that if you go, when you do the Kumite mode, which is just an endless fight, like you just do fight after fight after fight, you rank your character up and you unlock like new clothes for them and stuff. The if you use the same combo and you use the same strategy, the AI will start like hunting you down for your frames at your like, say you, the way you've been playing the first 10 stages is you dash back, corner up, and low kick. It will follow you through that pattern. It knows you're going to do it. It's crazy. Oh, that's a bit one. Didn't you got that the pad for Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Gotta look it up. Oh, hell yeah. That's a badass controller. If I'm looking at the right one, it looks almost like a Saturn controller, right? Yeah, that's the thing about the new layouts for controllers. I think a lot. Well, the new layouts for like the PlayStation layout. I think that they Street Fighter mainly should have a 6-button controller that is made for the game. Another door. God damn it. Oh, you beat Chicken Run? I last couple days I passed out pretty early. I wasn't able to catch Chicken Run. I've always heard that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game is pretty cool, but I've also never seen that. Is there a Dark Stalkers game on the Dreamcast? Yeah, the Capcom was talking about bringing back Darkstalkers, but there's not a big enough following for it. The one big thing about this game I don't like is that it doesn't have a map. The game's not terrible. It's turned into Soul Reaver. The what Tomb Raider games are on the Dreamcast? Is it just Chronicles? Or is there was Anthology made for it as well? Right one? Or oh, the Last Revelation. I think the Last Revelation is 5 and Chronicles is 4. Maybe I have those mixed up. I'm pretty sure that IDOS used I think they used the same engine to make these games.
As the Reaver absorbed the souls of the original Energy and Time Guardians, it was imbued with the elemental power of Earth with which their principles were aligned.
with the 60 degrees out right now here, every time it goes from cold to warm, my eyes just get gnarly. I think it's the mold. There's a whole bunch of dead leaves, like right outside my window. They're just scattered across the ground. And the leaves died. I don't know if I've played Last Revelation. I definitely played Chronicles though. I'm so happy that I get to play one of the worst Tomb Raider games ever made. I get to play Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. There's parts in this game with the camera that are really bad, but I've seen the Angry Video Game Nerd did a video on Angel of Darkness, and the camera issues in that game make the camera issues in this game look really good. Great, it's one of these puzzles. And I haven't played the original run of Tomb Raider games since I was a kid, and I used to get lost in Tomb Raider all the time, but it was never on the first couple stages, and my issue with Chronicles was that in the first stage I was immediately lost. This is way too soon for me to be getting lost in a Tomb Raider game. Like, every time I play these IDOS games, like when I get super lost, I immediately just think the game's bugged. My brain is like, something's wrong. Like there's no way that I haven't seen what I'm supposed to do yet. And like 2 hours later, it's like, oh, that's what it was. I don't want to say yet what the thing in Soul Reaver was that I got stuck on for like 3 hours. Soul Reaver 2, I should say. I was so mad when I saw what it was. Like, I really just wanted to throw the controller. Like, this engine, like, that the Tomb Raider games and the Legacy of Kain games are built on, it just makes you feel stupid. Like, well, it makes me feel stupid. I don't know if it makes anyone else feel stupid, but it's like you walk past what you're supposed to do so many times, and you're just like, really? Like, I thought that was it, but there was nothing that told me that that was it. Or, you know, you try it once and it doesn't do anything, and you run around like an idiot for the next 45 minutes and come back to the thing and it just works. And it's like, I swear I did something there. Well, like that's what happened in this game earlier. There was a thing that I definitely hit the action button on and it didn't do anything. I ran around for like the first hour in the stage that I was on, like, what am I supposed to do? Then I came back and just my brain just said click it one more time. I didn't even like just instinctually hit the action button as I was walking past the thing I tried to grab and it just worked. And I was like, I did that. I definitely did that. That was the same thing that happened in that Kudelka game. There was this part with this box, and I tried clicking on the box, and it didn't do anything. So I ran around back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like, what am I supposed to do? I kept going over to the box and hitting it, and it wasn't doing anything. And then I learned that in order to get on the box, you have to be holding up and holding X, and then she'll get up on the box. I was like, really? Like, you can't just stand by it and hit the action button and she just goes on it? You have to be holding both buttons at the same time? They want me to invert these crystal things. I'm not seeing 6 things to do. And another thing too about like IDOS games for this generation, that everything that's timed is super strict. Where like the PlayStation 1 gave you a really adequate time. This generation does not. It's like you have to know what you're about to do and you have to do it fast. But you know, they give you these really shitty camera angles that you have to deal with too. You gotta deal with it. Good game, I swear. Oh, well, I did find out something interesting though. End of Blood Omen 2. It says that the lead of the lead test guy, his name was Billy Mitchell. I think that explains a lot. Good enough. Gonna sell 1 million copies. Should be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Oh, I'm so confused. So it's not converting the crystals. See what I'm saying? Like that timing on crap is just insane. There was one earlier that I had to do where these like 3 pillars come out of the like little pond, and you have to jump. You gotta get on all 3 of them and jump to the main platform. The only problem is you don't have enough running space to actually be able to jump without grabbing onto it, which takes time. You have just enough time to, you can only grab onto them twice. What you have to do is you have to hit the switch and then jump while they're coming out of the water to then land on the first one, so you have enough time to grab the next two. Like, strict timing shit. Like, it's insane. I have that one. I'm just going to assume that I have to go start fires on those other two. Going on leisure. It's going. The mess is progressing. Where the hell are the other two? Allergies are kicking my ass today. I'm cool with it though, because if my allergies are kicking my ass, that means it's nice outside. But you missed Kain. You missed the Kain section, where Kain is now just like Raziel. Oh, are you kidding me? There isn't another two. I'd probably have to put the fire out on those ones. Nope, I'm wrong. Yeah, first they put Kain in a terrible game. They give him Blood Omen 2. Then they give you awesome Kain again, where he has all of his powers right off the rip. And they're like, get him for 5 minutes. Calm down with your Vae Victus. We're gonna give you the eloquent guy who speaks too much about things. Guy who talks a lot but doesn't have a jaw. Wow, I'm stupid. Where are the other ones? Right in front of my face. He really is. Like, the shift has ended and he's still in the parking lot like, oh, you know, and Kain was causing a ruckus in the break room. He's like that guy that you work with that says a really, really, really expert level joke to a bunch of novice level people. They don't get it, and he doesn't understand why they're not laughing, so he keeps saying it over and over and over again. That's who he is. And he's just jealous of Kain because all Kain has to do is say Ve Victus and the crowd goes wild. Say the line, Bart. Ve Victus. I didn't do it. It's really funny because I did not think of this person until you said that line, but this character reminds me of someone I worked with at the mortgage company that I worked at a year ago. Like, he would just come in and just say all the, like, he would just sputter out these words. It was like he was machine gunning darts at a dartboard that didn't exist, and he was wondering why nothing he was saying was sticking. And it's like, dude, because what you're saying is gibberish. The kid was like, he was like 5'3". Oh shit! Wasn't expecting Diablo to show up in this game. The kid was like 5'3", weighed like 60 pounds, and he just talked like a squirrel on coke. And he thought he was cool because he had wore Dante, a replica of Dante's trench coat. Gots to chill. Funniest thing is the kid didn't know anything about Devil May Cry. Dude, yeah, he kind of was like JP. What do you mean you don't like techno? Probably because you don't have robot ears. I had to be the one to break it to him because he was complaining one day that he can't get like a promotion. He was like, they don't take me seriously here, and they think every time I try to talk to people, it just looks like I'm bothering them. And I had to break it to him. I was like, you ever thought that maybe you're just annoying? Well, one of his, like, I would say friends, but I don't think they were really his friend. They came up to me and were like, how come you don't like this guy? And I was like, do I really have to give you an answer for that? He's the type of person that asked you to come over and ask me why I don't like them. I think that speaks for itself. I'm not joking when I say the dude was a squirrel on coke. Well, I mean, he wasn't actually on coke. I think I think drugs would kill him. He was a squirrel on coffee. And he was one of those kinds of guys that, like, when he gets nervous, he starts speaking with like a really fake. Well, I mean, clearly it's fake because American, but it's one of those like terrible British accents. It's like when he gets nervous, it just turns into okay, chip chip terrio. It's like, dude, dude, no. So yeah, so now that you've said it, Leisure, I cannot not see. I cannot not see. I cannot see Raziel without picturing this dude now. Like, that is who this guy is. They even have a similar haircut. Trust me, I was the Kain of that place. I was the one everyone feared, and I was the problem. I was the one that had the solution to every single problem too, but no one ever wanted to listen to me because everyone's like, ain't picked fights with people. No, I'm not picking fights with people. I'm just letting the children know that we're at a professional place and to not act like children. And when they get nervous when someone's yelling at them on the phone, to not go, oh, chip chip cheerio.
As the handsome coffin hides the putrefying corpse within, the great cathedral of Avernus seemed to hold its own secrets, hidden in the catacombs beneath its vaulted chambers. Was this the source of the corruption that infected Nosgoth? Vorador had hinted at something more.
I wish the kid was cool enough to say top of the morning. If someone came in every day and said top of the morning to you, I'd be cool with that, because that just reminds me of House of Pain. Top of the morning to you. I'd be cool with that. No, it's just that whole place. There was a different character everywhere. Like no one, I don't think anyone legitimately came to work as themselves at that place. It was really weird. Everyone wore these weird masks, not literally, figuratively. People would just come in as just these characters. Like no one was an authentic person at this place. It was like working with a whole bunch of clones of cool people. You know what I mean? Like, there was elements about people that were cool, but it was like, you stole this from someone else because you're not the person you're trying to say you are. And I'm not saying I didn't have any friends at this place. Like, there were some cool people there. One of them, my roommate, actually, I used to work with my roommate, and then there's a dude that comes in here every now and then that I work with. But, like, just, there was just so many... I don't know. I don't know how to describe the mentality. It's like those late millennials. Like those 21 to 25-year-olds. Like, they're just weird. I don't get them. And they always gotta make up a new way to describe shit. It's slapping, it's banging, it's zanging. Like, dude, just say it's cool. One syllable. Just because you had an "in" to it doesn't make it cooler. Coolin', man. It's coolin'. Shut up.
History is written by the victors. Beneath the vaults of Avernus, I discovered scenes that told a familiar story, but from a very different point of view. This was the work of the enemy race, and revealed what the vampire histories had conveniently omitted. How the noble vampires, god-ridden and righteous, had started the wars that would destroy both races, victor and vanquished.
Dude, you don't have to...
Their adversaries opposed the vampires' god.
I don't know why I have that as a thing. You don't have to redeem 15,000
they were
points to
banished.
drop a link in here.
I now understood the poetic irony of their curse, and my resemblance to the vampire's enemy no longer seemed so accidental.
I have that as a thing because that's for... There was this weird phenomenon that used to happen when I would stream at night. Around like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, there'd always be some new jack that comes in here, and they'd always try to just drop a link to something. So I just made that a thing, so it's like, if you ain't following the rules, and you can clearly see that there's a redeemable for it, like, I have a reason to just ban you outright. So that's the only reason I even have that as a thing. I don't, you know I don't care about links. There used to be like this dude that would come in and he would just like for the longest time it was just one guy, but then it turned into a thing. What happened to the sound? Is that an S10?
Raise hell, praise down. Look at that shit, boys. We lit her up.
Oh, dude. Actually, you know what? I have a really funny story to tell. Now that we're talking about work things. Um, you're gonna love this story. So I was the place I got fired from, which first time I've ever been fired from a job in my life. Funny thing. Place I got fired from, the warehouse that I was at, where I was driving a high-low. We used to have, there was an inbound truck thing where they would unload all this shit into the freezer, and then there would be old product that would come out of the freezer, get loaded into that truck, and then it would be moved over into our building, right? Someone I don't understand how this is even possible. They like gunned it while the truck was half shocked. Like the trailer was still like somehow connected to the building, and they gunned it. They didn't understand why the truck wasn't moving. They got the trailer and the semi like this to where it was like a V, right? And then the dude turned, and the weight, like he got the front end of the semi up, right? And he got the trailer going up in the air like this. The weight of the truck and him trying to turn, he flipped the whole fucking trailer. He didn't flip the semi, but he flipped the trailer. Like, everyone that saw it happen was like, we give you points on the fact that we just watched the impossible happen, but we still have to fire you. The dude damaged, like, a good $2 million worth of product. There was, like, ice cream all over the place. And it wasn't like some Breyer's ice cream. It was like that circus ice cream, like that shit that has a longer I would say shelf value, but like freezer value, where it can be out in the open a little bit longer before it melts. Like it was like some special grade ice cream shit that just all over the fucking place. There was a guy, so check this out, right? When I first started working at this place, my job was to collect pallets and stack them. Before I started doing like inventory, which I would go and do the actual grab the pallet grab a pallet from a higher level, bring it down, go to where the old pallet is, take the old product, move it off the pallet, put new product on the pallet, put the old stuff on top of that pallet, put that back where it goes, and then take the remainder back to where I originally got it from. That was what I did for most of the time I was there. When I started, I was doing just pallets. Empty pallets, and all I would do is stack them. Once you got 15 high, you take the stack and then you drive it into the truck. Real easy shit. There was a guy, he was a big guy, that he complained that he was too big to be on the reach truck. Even though the reach truck has a bigger entryway than the regular high-low does. So they gave him my old position. If you're doing your job right, there's no reason why the forks should ever be going forward into the truck without a pallet on it. So that means, like, the forks themselves are protected. They're like barricaded by the pallet. Somehow, this genius drove into the drove into the trailer, went 90 degrees, and drove perpendilarly drove the forks right through the fucking side of the trailer. Like, how? Nothing you do should ever require that. Like, first off, you went into the trailer without pallets on your forks. Then you ended up perpendicular and drove the forks through the side of the truck. And then you can't understand why they're firing you. Like, everything about that does not make sense. And this same guy, I talked to him. First off, this place was there was a lot of jabberjaws. Like, there was a lot of dudes that would just talk mad shit to you when you're new. And I tried telling this dude, I was like, man, you know, I'm it's cool that you're here. Just want to give you a warning. Like, even though you're not around everyone, they're gonna talk shit to you. He was like, oh, I don't care, man. I got thick skin. They can talk shit to me all they want. I don't care. I'm like, yeah, I'm the same way. But, like, I had dudes telling me they were gonna shoot me. I had dudes just for no reason say shit like that. I'm just giving you a heads up. Like, this is just how this place is. Oh, man, I'm used to it, man. I'm used to that. 5 minutes later, he's crying, and some dude goes up to me and goes, man, what's wrong? He goes, man, this guy was talking shit to me, man. Like, dude, I literally just warned him. Like, I had ESP. Like, I knew it was about to happen, and I tried telling him, someone is going to talk shit to you. He was crying because someone called him fat. Like, dude, I warned you. I warned you it was coming. Like, I told you that, like, dude, you have to be prepared for it. And he got off light. I had dudes straight up tell me they were going to shoot me in this place. Like, I don't know who I'm working with. I believed it. I was like, fuck it. You know what? I'm depressed anyway. Go ahead and shoot me. I don't give a shit. Yeah, it was the next day. He drove the fucking trailer right through the... He drove the forklift right through the fucking trailer. And then he was like, why you guys firing me? Dude, like, you put a hole in the side of the trailer that's not ours. And you lied about it. He lied and said that he didn't do it. For the most part, everyone there was pretty cool. It was just like some of these like younger kids that just did not know how life works. They'd be, man, I'll shoot you. There are these kids that they drive by with their little like scan guns. And they like act like they were doing drive-bys. They'd be like, blah blah blah. Dude, stop. Like, just fucking stop. Every time it would like I said, when it first started happening, I was like, fuck it, you guys don't like me, you want to shoot me? Go for it, I don't even care. But then, like, I called the one kid out about it, because he kept saying he was going to shoot me. I was like, dude, put up or shut up. And he was like, well, I'm just joking, man, it's just our sense of humor. And I was like, alright, but, like, I don't know that. He's like, no, man, you're cool. He's like, dude, if someone's comfortable enough saying they're going to shoot you in this place, that means they're cool enough that they can talk shit. Oh my god, someone just had to tell me that. But, what was my point of bringing this up? There was a point to this. Oh, yeah. Every time it would happen, though, I would just, there's a guru line, from, the song, the Fed Up remix by, House of Pain. Guru does a verse on it. He says, let's suppose you really had a burner. You would still need some lessons on how to hold it firmer. That's what I would think to myself every time. Where someone would like act like they were going to shoot me. This is like, This is how I coped with it. Like, let's suppose you really had a gun. You probably wouldn't even know how to shoot the damn thing. Alright, so if you... I need to know this for my sanity's sake, because I know I told you about my Aztec before, but if you start a engine with no oil in it, can that blow a cylinder? The only reason I ask is because I had an Aztec that I put subs in the Aztec, and I started it without, okay, had an Aztec, had subs, started, like, just turned the key, but I didn't turn the engine on, blew the battery, like, killed the battery almost instantaneously with the subs running, right? I also needed an oil change. So my dad was like, I know a place, they'll replace the battery and they'll do an oil change at the same time. So I give my Aztec to the shop, they swap out the battery and they do an oil change. I get it back and I have a blown cylinder. So my only theory is that they were swapping out the battery at the same time they were doing the oil change, forgot to put new oil into the vehicle, and then turned the key on to see if the battery was going to start. And my theory is they started it with no oil in the engine, so they blew the cylinder and then they tried acting like they didn't do it. I mean, I wasn't mad. I ended up selling my Aztec for more than paid for. The Aztec was a gift. Sold it, and then I ended up getting the coolest car I've ever owned in my life after selling it. I got I talked about this car before, but bring it up again. It's one of the coolest cars I ever owned. 1993 Nissan NX 2000 with SR20 engine. Funniest thing is I drove that thing with no oil in
Banished
it.
race foretold a hero who would deliver them from their oppressors and destroy the shackles of the vampire's tyrannous god. The same hero that bore the flaming sword. What game was this, where every player on the board claimed the same pawn?
So, Raziel, your true nature is finally revealed. You were never the vampire's savior. It is to the Hilden race you belong. And when Kain realizes this, what do you think he will?
I didn't have the turbo. But dude, that engine does not die. Like that engine is a zombie, man. Like, you have to put thermite, like how they do in Brainiac. You have to put thermite on the fucking engine block and then ignite it and let that thing melt through the fucking engine block for that engine to die. I'm not joking, man. Let me let this cutscene run.
Great Hashagik, we hear you. We offer this sacrifice upon the altar of the world.
In the depths of Avernus Cathedral, I stumbled upon a bloody ritual. Was this the source of the corruption that had overtaken the city?
May this blood nourish you for all eternity. The wrath of Hashagik has once more been averted. Depart now as ever in his service.
What was it that these deluded humans worshipped with such fervor? Was this the dreaded unspoken that Vorador had warned me about? Whatever so-called god inhabited this hideous pit, I was about to meet it.
Just a cute rabbit with bad ears.
I smell no blood. Throat cut first, blood gouting, then it falls into the pit. The sacrifice is rejected. You will know my wrath. Not possible. No, it could not be.
Stand away, monster!
No. That voice. Not possible. I know that voice. But he fell. The abyss. He ended there.
I did not fall into the abyss.
Oh, it remembers that, does it?
I was thrown in by my own brethren.
I heard what you did to them. And now, you have found me at last.
Torel!
Terrell! Yes, that was my name then.
The others were grotesque, but...
Yes, I am changed. I have become a god. Greater than you ever were, Raziel. You were never a god. Greater even than Kain.
I have a great
It is
story
to
to tell.
you
This guy
that
won't
these
shut up.
humans offer their blood sacrifices?
Hashagik. Hashagik. Yes.
But how did this happen?
I was summoned. There was darkness and great hunger. And then I was found.
Why do you stay in this terrible place?
Why stay? Would I remain if I could get out? While they hound me and tear at me and... The hour is at hand, as it was foretold.
Torel?
Use his voice to command the disciples above. We demand offerings to keep the host alive. He has been a durable vessel, but he can take us no further. You must prevail. The champion of our enemy draws near. No! I must have blood! Bring me blood! Or feel the wrath of your god. Yours. Yes, it will strengthen me against them.
What are you doing?
No more questions. No more worship. Time to run. Time to scream. Time to die.
Okay, so the the reason I ran the NX2000 with no oil in it is because I went to an oil change place, this like hole in the wall oil change place. Guy complained that the oil filter was really hard to get out. Man, I hate dealing with Japanese cars, man. Oil filters are so hard to get out. Dude changed my oil, and then he didn't put the oil filter on correctly. So oil just spilled everywhere. I drove for like 20 miles and the car started shaking. It was shaking so bad that one of the spark plug connectors actually came loose, so that my downspout was smacking the ground while I was driving. Alright? Just setting that up on how much hell I was putting this car through. I didn't blow anything. The car was totally fine. I put the spark plug connector back in, filled it up with oil myself, tightened the oil filter. It was like nothing happened. One of the best goddamn cars I ever owned. I taught myself how to drive a manual in that thing, but yeah, I didn't have a turbo though. Just the regular D. The coolest thing that I ever did in that car though, dude, I was going like 100 miles per hour on the highway. I saw a state boy hit the highway, like I knew he was trying to find me. 3-lane highway, I'm as far over to the right as possible. I see state boy coming down from like, because the road that he was on runs parallel to the highway, so I know that he saw me hauling ass. I slowed down to 60 miles per hour. There's a semi in the middle of the road, and the left lane was totally open. I cut that fucker hard, went over to the left lane, and I rode in the blind spot of the semi. That state boy had no idea where the hell I went. Pulled some strips, Smoking in the Bandit shit. bad as I thought. Pretty easy. Really, I didn't get that. do I do now?
Yes, now. Go, speed your endeavor. Face him and kill him. Destroy the binding at last. We shall all be free.
I like how it didn't tell me that before I used it.
Come to me, my undead son. Make haste to the pillars. The stage is set for the grand finale. You will have your vengeance.
Mortanius.
So, you have come out into the open at last. The binding must be fragile indeed. But you will find you are too late.
What am I too late for this time?
No, no, not now. You are too late for the victory you sought. I have beaten you after all.
You have mistaken my identity.
Have I? You forget who schooled me in the ancient prophecies. This vessel speaks truly. You are indeed overdue, but it no longer matters in the least. With or without you, we will prevail.
So, I finally meet the unspoken. And here it is, nestled in the heart of the circle itself. Ironic.
Poetic justice. To topple the foundations of the pillars from within. We shall have our revenge in full measure and for all time. This one has little strength left. One must not break him. Your kind does not like to lose.
I seek the heart of darkness.
Ah, now you think of that. But as I told you, you are too late. The heart has served its function. I have used it to set prophecy in motion. I created the champion foretold by my masters, who is destined to be your destroyer. The Scion of Balance will save Nosgoth. The Pillars will return to vampire guardianship as intended, and your race will be cast down forever.
Kain. You use the Heart of Darkness to create Kain.
How else?
It's funny that you say that,
I
and there's
refuse
another
at first to
cutscene playing, so I
believe
can't
ancient
talk again.
myths. I thought the vampires were simply a plague upon mankind, a pestilence we had to control. But they were right, and we were wrong to overthrow them, Mobius and I. We didn't understand what it was the Pillars were holding back. I have made my atonement. I will continue to make it to the end, which will be soon now. But I know Kain will set it right. He will restore balance. And none too soon. My enemy is growing stronger.
Where is the Heart of Darkness now? Did you destroy it?
You still don't understand, do you? You cannot make use of it as long as Kain guards it with his life.
Kain has it. It is in Kain.
Check and mate. This deed will redeem first me and then all Nosgoth. It must. This one grows weak, but we will soon have a stronger vessel. The long-awaited hour approaches. Our release is at hand. I must finish it now.
I'll never understand doctors' offices. Same with dentists. Dude, there was one time I went for a drug test and I showed up and the lady was like, "Are you ready?" I was like, "No, not yet. Just give me a few seconds. I got this Mountain Dew. I'm gonna chug this thing. I'll be ready in like, give me like 5 minutes." And she's like, "Okay, take your time." Slam this Mountain Dew and I could feel that I have to piss. I go up and I'm like, "I'm ready." And she's like, "Okay."
No surprise. Because our destinies run
I sat there for
together,
10 minutes, almost pissing myself. Like,
matter.
so 5 minutes ago you were ready to see me, but 5 minutes later I have to wait 10 more
At your
minutes.
every fatal turn, you'll find me.
And the free will you said was mine. What has become of that?
You still have it. And that has everything to do with my presence here now.
It was your machinations that set my destiny in motion. The coin you tossed has struck the earth. Now you must abide by its outcome.
The coin is still turning, Raziel. To reach the resolution we both can live with, that will best serve our futures, Janos Audron must not be raised.
Because you do not wish it. Is my free will to be exercised only when it accords with your whim?
There is much more at stake in this than you know.
Yes, and it is Janos who has the answers I desire.
You must trust me, Raziel. Our intentions, for Nosgoth, for our futures, are not so diverse.
I must trust you. Or...
I've not come here to threaten you, Raziel.
You say that while you hold in your hand the instrument of my doom?
I saved you from the Reaver once. I have no intention of imprisoning you within the blade.
At least not until the moment it serves your plans to do so.
You are not the only one at risk. I may carry the instrument of your destruction, but I too have taken a chance in coming here. Or haven't you realized? You bear the only weapon that can kill me.
Then you know what I am, and who you are.
I believe I do.
And still you think you can move me about like your pawn? Think again, Kain.
Take heed, Raziel.
Why? If we are who we are, then are we not destined to fight to the death to decide the fate of Nosgoth?
Don't be a fool! I will not fight you!
And that will be the prophesied hero's battle? I win because you will not fight me? The mighty Kain, scion of balance, would-be savior of Nosgoth, surrenders before the final battle even begins!
Very well. If this will make you see reason...
The hell? I think both their main weapons are pretty badass. I just think Kain's the cooler character. The classic vampire. He doesn't give a shit. I think the design of Raziel is cool. He's annoying. He's a know-nothing know-it-all. Talks too much. Let me smack him one more time. Come on. How the fuck? Son of a bitch. And how is he doing, like, evade rolling shit? You can't do that when you play as him. How is he hitting me with that? Those air reaver. I think it's air reaver. How is he hitting me with those consistently? You have to build up your entire sword power to do that shit. IDOS over here, like, yeah, this is what it would be like if we made it so you could play this character like he was cool, but we didn't make it to where you could play like this, but AI can do it. Like when the AI plays as Bison, does that insane shit. Like those full screen Psycho Crushers that he does in Alpha 3. Now that's a game that deserves a sequel. Dude, you got to chill. I'm gonna save the game in case the game crashes. Crashing all the time yesterday. You know, the other thing I don't understand, I don't know if your state has Secretary of States or if they have DMVs, but in Michigan, we call it the Secretary of State. That's where we go to get all of our driving shit done. Registrations for new cars and all that shit. That's another place that just makes you wait for no fucking reason. They take their sweet ass time, and I don't understand how there's only like, every single day at the Secretary of State, there's hundreds of people that come through that place. There's always a line of at least 30 people waiting in the beginning of the day, but they only have 5 employees. You would think they would know by now that they need more employees at these places. Also, they need to put these motherfuckers on a quota system or some shit. Because I cannot stand when you're waiting and waiting and waiting and you're next in line. You're like, oh, yes, the anxiety is finally gone. I get to walk up. I don't have to deal with sitting around these people anymore. Yay. And then someone goes on lunch. And then you have to wait again. And then that person goes on lunch. And you have to wait again. Most of the Secretary of State is automated now. If your insurance is on file, you can do it all online. I never ever make it a whole year of paying insurance, so I always have to go and wait in line. And my luck with that is running out because the automatic license plate readers are taking over Michigan, where if you are driving at, like, I looked up a map in Michigan of cameras. They have these ALPR cameras everywhere. They never told anyone about it. Your tax money goes to the police being able to be lazy and not even doing their job. They're running it off of AI. They track your car with AI. Anytime a cop goes down your neighborhood, if they have an ALPR on their car, it reads your license plate and it tracks where your car is at all times. So anytime you see a cop going through your neighborhood and they have those little, like, oval things with a bunch of infrared lights on it, that's an ALPR, automatic license plate reader. The AI actually will tell the cop if they need to pull someone over. They don't have to run license plates anymore. Well, in Michigan, that still has to be... The cops have to pull you over to get you on that one. Do you have tollways in your state?
Now, you will listen to me. The heart of darkness must remain undiscovered. Great harm will come of its use.
You don't know where it is, do you?
No.
You never looked for it.
It doesn't matter, Raziel. Listen to me. You must understand that every creature is bound to one predestined path. We are all shackled.
To the wheel of fate. Believe me, I know that even better than you do.
All but one. Because of your remaking, you are the one unbound creature. The one among us all that truly has free will. You have a choice, Raziel.
Which I'm sure I must make at your direction. Your pawn has reached the end of the board, Kain. And now my powers may even surpass yours.
That's that Southern hospitality shit right there.
The creature that you made should prove your own undoing. Now, we finish this. Once and for all.
They're not that mean here. In Michigan, most of the time, if they catch you without insurance, you get a warning. They sit there in the bag. We can give you a giant fine, and we can do this. They usually just give you a fix-it ticket. If you're not a repeat offender of doing it, and your insurance is like, if you're like a month out, they usually don't give a shit. Same with the registration. As long as you're just like, hey, I apologize. I didn't do it. Dude, the cops here know that our Secretary of State system is fucked up. I'm not sure if I even told this story. I got pulled over when I first moved into my new town. I had a flat tire. Cop pulled me over and was like, hey man, I'm just pulling you over because you're driving on a flat. I just want to make sure you're alright. Like, yeah, dude, I'm like a minute or two from my house. I'm trying to just pull in and trying to get off the road, man. Like, I know it's loud. I'm almost home. He's like, no, dude, it's all good, you know. He's like, I don't plan on giving you a ticket or anything. I just want to make sure you're safe. Just want to let you know, like, he's like, I know it's obvious, but I just want to let you know that your tire's flat. Like, it's like almost off the rim. And it was funny because I was like, dude, it's cool if I just get out of my car and look at it. I'm like, I haven't even looked at it yet. I just know it's fucked up. He's like, yeah, I don't care. He's like, you don't seem to be like a threat to me or anything. Like, you're being really honest. Like, you know, that he's like, I'll be honest with you. He goes, most of the time when someone's driving around with a flat like this, usually they're drunk. He goes, I can tell you're not drunk. And he goes, and if you are drunk, I don't even want to know because you're doing a good job speaking. You're not slurring. And I get out of the car. I'm looking at the tire. I was like, damn, like this sucks. Like this thing's fucked, man. Like, I thought it was just like flat. Like no, this thing's like shredded. And he was like, I'm about to get back in my car, and he's like, do you need help or anything with this? I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm just gonna get back to my place and probably call off work tomorrow. I'm just about to get in my car. He goes, but he's like, just because you know I'm on body cam, I just have to ask, like, you don't have any drugs in the car, you don't got like no alcohol or anything. Like, dude, yeah, like, why the fuck would I say yes to that after this? Why? First off, why are you asking me that? Because it's not protocol. You're letting me go. Like, you just said I'm fine. Then you ask me again, like, dude, I'm not high. I'm not drunk. I just have a flat tire. There was no accident. I didn't hit anything. The tire was flat, and like, I didn't take the time to fill it up with air because I thought I'd have enough time after work. I didn't realize the thing was like shredded. I didn't say all that, but I was just like, yeah, man, like, I'm good. I'm not drunk or anything. Why are you asking me again? I'm still a good cop, but I was just like, why are you trying to get me, man? Is that really the end of the game?
You... No. Raziel. They Victus. I didn't. Woe to the conquered. I have found the heart of darkness, and you go to oblivion.
Hey, Victus!
Kain was gone. The madness of this place had somehow fueled my rage, and as it subsided, I felt no elation.
This is what I like about Kain. Kain doesn't have to talk about his
Only
feelings.
calm certainty that we had once again walked blindly into our enemy's trap. I couldn't be sure whether Kain had truly intended to destroy me, and now it appeared I would never know.
Great, let's go back to the... At least it didn't freeze. How do you drive on a flat tire and not know that it's fucking flat? It's really loud. It sounds like someone is smacking your fender with a sledgehammer from underneath your car. It's a very profound sound.
In my absence, the estate had been overrun by Mobius's soldiers. I hoped that they had not yet found the entrance to the crypt or discovered the body of Janos. Of Vorador, there was no sign.
Raziel, the conquering hero.
I understand we ought to offer congratulations. Kain, at last, is dead.
I suppose you expect similar congratulations on the death of Vorador. Or has he eluded you?
We have him, but not without a considerable price in blood.
That will have pleased him.
Let it sustain him until his head is off, and every vampire in Nosgoth at last is dead.
And will that knowledge sustain you? You too are going to your death.
For a true servant of the one God, death is never bitter. I will go, again at peace with the knowledge that I have played my small part in our master's plans. Kain is at last destroyed, and you have carried out the deed. Which hero do you think you are now? The vampire savior, or the other one? Have you realized yet that it didn't matter to us which one either of you thought you were, so long as the result was the same in the end? And now, Kain is dead. Really, I cannot thank you enough.
So, this has all been arranged every step of the way. And Kain thought I truly had free will.
Oh, but you do. And there's the greatest triumph of all. To have compelled the one player who could choose into doing exactly what we required. Well done, faithful servant. And now, I have an execution to see to.
I just have terrible luck with cars. The Nissan's probably the best car I ever owned. My WRX got fucking repoed. I had a Mercury Sable and a Buick LeSabre that both didn't fucking have brakes. My first car was pretty cool, besides the fact that every now and then the accelerator would get stuck. That was fun. There's nothing better than being at a red light, holding down the brake for dear life with the e-brake on. The car's jumping forward like. Damn. Yeah, I already told the story about the demise of my Aztec. Oh, and then I bought a Dodge Laser with a faulty ECU and no power steering. That was cool. I got to drive that car like 4 times. First car. Laser. Aztec. Saber. Sable. Sun. WRX. Celica. Yeah, this fucking Celica, man. I'm fairly certain that the oil ran into the radiator and the radiator ran into the oil. So now that car is just fucked. I also read something that there's a wiring harness that's right next to the belt. And if that wiring harness gets fucking destroyed, that kills your idle. I have no idea where the fuck that thing even is. I'm pretty sure that's the reason that my car doesn't work, is because that wiring harness is just destroyed. Pretty sure that thing's got a blown fucking gasket on it too. See, that's the funny thing about the ECU. There's this place called Sparks. That was right by where I lived, and I took it there. And the guy was like, "Yeah, man, like your computer you need a new computer for this car, and then it'll work just fine." He's like, "But we don't go to junkyards to find parts, though, so you're gonna have to go do that." I was like, "You can't just order one and fix the car for me? Like, you've diagnosed what the problem is. You want me to pay you $800 for figuring that out, and you can't even like help me, like point me in the right direction of what I'm supposed to do besides telling me to go to a junkyard? I don't have a car, man." "Oh yeah, man, can't help you." Like, okay, dude, like you're a fucking asshole. You spent 10 minutes to put a fucking computer on the car to find out that the computer's faulty, and then you're not even gonna help me. Like, awesome, dude. Okay. I think I would be a great mechanic I would actually, help people with their problems. Not just be like, "Yeah, nothing I can do for you, pay me." I straight up just don't even trust the mechanics around here. Most of the shops around here, everyone just cheats the system, and the owner of the shop has I'm gonna probably say the wrong terminology because I just don't know much about how mechanic shops work and shit. Well, they have an ASE. The owner has an ACE. ACE? You know what I'm talking about. The certification to be able to work on cars, and then they just hire a whole bunch of dummies that don't have certification, so they pay them minimum wage to just tell people they can't fix their fucking cars. Like, that's how all the shops in Michigan work. Oil cooler. Dude, just rip it out of your fridge. Joking. Don't do that. See, like, I'm really good at diagnosing the issues with my cars. Unless it's like a computer problem or something. Like, I'm not going to know that off the top of my head. Like, I need the computer scanning thing. Most of the time, though, I can look at an engine and, like, tell if, like, a cylinder's fucked up and shit like that. Like, I don't know how to fix them, though. Like, I'm really not handy with fixing cars. If I put some time into it, I'd probably be able to figure it out. Just, I would probably make the car much worse if I were to do it myself. But, like, I usually know just from like previous experiences of everything. I think throughout my history of having cars and everything that's gone wrong with cars throughout the years, I know what's going wrong with my car just off of how it sounds. But the Celica issue is weird because like it started doing really fucking weird shit. Like, the car was turning off at 70 miles per hour. That happened to me a few times. That happened before I even had an issue with, before I even had an issue with, like, the oil and the radiator. I would just be driving, and, like, I could feel, like, it was on rainy days. If it was like there's like a short in the ABS that if the ABS activates, it like kills the engine. Like it just turns the car off. I've noticed because it was really bad. The day that my car like really stopped working it was like snowy as fuck out. and I was like power drifting everywhere, and then the car was turning off the entire time I was driving. I'm like, it's not overheating. There's nothing wrong with the car. Like, it has to be some weird fucking ABS issue that when the ABS kicks on, it just deads the engine. Nah, dude, you gotta piss in the cotton ball jar. Yeah. The Celica, yeah, the Celica. Dude, the way the Celica looks, man, if Back to the Future was made in the 2000s, they might have used the Celica. Pretty futuristic looking car for what we thought the... Dude, I think the whole entire wiring of the car is just fucked up. Like, it's... The guy who owned the car before me was some... I don't know if I can say the word. It starts with an A. I don't want to ruffle any feathers. Some dude that had a lot of mental issues. And I'm not... When I say that word, I don't mean it like as in a derogatory, like, he literally was diagnosed with what I'm saying. He had autism. And he even told me, he's like, yeah, you know, I just kind of Frankenstein this car every now and then. And it's just like... Looking at some of the shit that he did on this car, it's like, why? Like, he like installed an aux cord that the car had no stereo in it, but there's an aux cord that runs from the stereo to the trunk. Like, were you running this off of like a Dell like computer fucking subwoofer? Like, is that how you had your stereo running, dude? An empty can of peas? So yeah, the battery-powered boombox back there could have been, like, fuck if I know. The car came with a painting of a deer. Didn't have a stereo or a speaker. Dude, a tempo? Holy shit. Medic dude, do you remember the tempo? We had a friend that had a tempo, and dude, there was a day where, oh man, this is one of the funniest stories I could tell. We had a ton of snow in like 2006 or like 2007. My buddy just got his driver's license, and he wants to go and fucking drift through the fucking snow in this parking lot. Dude, you know the tempo's only got like that much clearance on the fucking ground. The snow was like this. He goes to drive into the snow because this fucking parking lot was like built into the ground, like dug in. And, dude, we get down the rampway, we're in the parking lot, and he's like, I'm stuck. Like, no shit. Had to push his car up the fucking hill. He's mad at me because I can't do it by myself. I'm like, dude, your car is stuck. You want me to, like, step into, like, 2 feet of snow to push your car out? Like, okay. So he calls his best friend, and his best friend shows up, and he's like, I'm not pushing this fucking thing. And he's still mad at me that I won't do it. And I'm like, dude, you're an asshole. Like, why are you mad at me? Your best friend showed up and also verified it's not possible. No, the snow boulder was a Taurus. The tempo was Nick's car. That blue Ford. Also, the thing I was gonna say earlier to medic dude, the thing I was gonna say to you earlier was we were talking about like fucked up highway things, and I forgot I was gonna say this. I still think it's crazy that you got hit by that deer on 59. Oh, 53. Yeah. I always thought that Malibu Max was pretty cool. I hate backwards platforming in 3D platformers. Dude, just stop. Did you have the SS model of that, or did you just, or was it just Oh yeah, you were driving that thing down to Texas, weren't you? When you're in Texas, look behind you, because that's where the medic do. Oh, I thought you had a Max. But you don't wish you had a Max? Yeah, before I had my driver's license, I had my Geo just sat in the the driveway, and I would just go out there to listen to "Evil Never Dies" by Toxic Holocaust. Did that for like 5 months before I had my driver's license. It was like air guitaring with a car. Volkswagen Scirocco? Is that the car from Trailer Park Boys? Volkswagen! Yeah, here I am, just sitting here like, I don't know anything about cars. Having a full-on conversation about cars. Oh, I'm dead. I can't figure out what the fuck to do. What is the point of that fucking platform? I'm assuming I'm supposed to go over here, land on that, and then jump to the other one. God, I don't like this game. Harry was hit by a Volkswagen Rabbit. That hurt. Harry got in his car, turned the key, started heading down to LIE. Got on the highway in his Volkswagen Rabbit. Trucker couldn't stop. That put an end to Harry's cheap habit. You're dead now, Harry. Can't come back. Still be alive if you drove a Cadillac. My lips are dry, so I couldn't whistle that. But I tried. Dude. Fuck the books. Anyone have an idea? Like, I'm stuck. Like, I don't get this. Fucking kidding me? Sirocco. And if I ever get the money together, I'm buying a Golf GTI. GTI or a Golf R. That sounds like a lot of power for a small car. Sirocco's Modern Life. Oh. Cool. Unneeded parkour. Bring Raziel. Yeah, when I was getting rid of, I had to sell my Nissan because my mom was tired of me working on the road. Even though I still lived at her house, she didn't like my car being there. So she forced me to sell it. Even though I was paying all of her goddamn bills. She, my one friend told me I should take the SR20 engine and drop it, find my old car and drop it in there. And I was like, dude, this thing would be a moving casket. Twisting the frame, feeling the flow.
Crushing.
If I had the turbo engine of the SR20, I think that would be the fastest engine that I own. But I think the fastest engine that I've had was the WRX. How the fuck did I end up back here? I think I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Definitely took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. I said it before and I'll say it again. If I won the lottery right now, I would buy 1987 Buick Grand National X. Everybody always asks me why I picked 1987. Because it's a good year. It's also the only year that the X came out. People don't understand there's a difference between a Grand National and Grand National X. Why I emphasize, if I won the lottery, I would buy a Grand National X. I could probably afford a Grand National. I've seen some pretty cheap Grand Nationals. I've only seen one in real life. It was when I was in Hawaii. There's a lot of other cars that I would buy too if I won the lottery, but that would be finding a legitimate Grand National X would be the first on the list. The other cars that I would get would be a 1993 directly imported from Japan Bathurst RX-7. I'd be getting myself an S15 Sylvia. You talk about the Monte Carlo that Lorenzo drives in Training Day. Judge. Dude, if I got a Grand National, oh, alright. GTOs are awesome. For some reason my mind went to Mustang for some reason. I was thinking of the Mark III Mustang. If I got a GNX, dude, I would, I'd put hydraulics on that thing. I would not keep that thing stock. First thing I would do is I would get myself another copy of Dr. Dre's The Chronic. Oh, hell yeah. I'd be rolling around town in a GNX with hydraulics listening to Let Me Ride. I'd just let that shit play and repeat for hours. What's Loader doing? Flexing his fuck you money. Myself a 98 Supra. Evo 8. I'd be that millionaire that people would be like, how come you don't own a Lamborghini? Because I'll beat your fucking Lamborghini. Yeah, if I knew someone that went to GNX, I would probably also be saying fuck that guy. Ooh, GTS Viper. Now, that's a car. I was actually talking to Lumberjack Cage Master about this the other day. I always bring this show up. I vaguely remember it. I just remember that the car has two modes. There was a show called Viper. It was about, like, pretty sure it was filmed in Detroit or Chicago. It was about this, like, special task force. They were, like, DEA agents or some shit. Drove around in a Viper that was, like, when it was red, it was just, like, in, like, passive mode. And then, like, it would turn into Twisted Metal mode when it, like, turned gray and it would have, like, guns on it and shit. Yeah, I think, if, I'm not sure if this was a nationwide thing or if they even had these in Canada, but they used to do this thing at our school district called the Scholastic Book Fair. Um, Parents would give us like $10 and we go into the Scholastic Book Fair and get as many cool new books for cheap. I used to just get these drawing books. It'd come with tracing paper, and there was one that was like how to draw cars. There was a the how to draw cars one that I had. There was a Vector in it, and there was a Viper GTS. For the longest time, I never knew what a Vector was until I played Gran Turismo 2, and I was like, oh, it is really a car. Yep, I remember there being a Jeep in it too. It was like one of those like an old school Wrangler with the fucking the raggedy top, the cloth top on it, the spare tire on the back. That's a good book. Those are awesome drawings of those cars. I mean, I never once followed the directions on how to draw the car. I would just take the tracing paper and go to the finished one and just copy the finished one. Cheating the system ever since the Scholastic Book Fair. They should have just called those books How to Succeed at Design Fraud. I wonder if the creators of GTA had the same book. Come on, the Banshee is totally a fucking tracing paper Viper GTS. They just erased a couple lines. Yeah, Captain Underpants, I used to get those too. What other stuff? I remember there was a year they had How to Draw Marvel Characters book. I had that one. I'm not the best at drawing. I sometimes can create cool things. I'm actually really good at drawing skulls. Let me see if I have something here. Might have something cool to show everyone. A little capsule of the past. Ugh. Go to my old graffiti books. That's really funny that my name is Reloader and I drew this. It says Loadin' for War. That was drawn in like 2008. Trying to find something specific here. Ah, yeah, really funny. It's just, you can see the pathways of how we got to Douche Loader. That's pretty cool. See, pretty decent at drawing skulls. There's something that I'm actually like really looking for in this though. Hint to the future, where we're going. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's in here. Not in this one. It has to be in the other book that I have no idea where the fuck it is. But I had this drawing. It was a joint with a skull on top of it with fucking bat wings. That Grim Reaper. I don't think Avenged Sevenfold put a skull on top of a joint. Ugh, they break your left hand to make you use your right? Fuck that. Yeah, I was about to say, it's that old left is the sinister. Which is why my left arm is where I have my devil tattoo. People think I just do shit because I just do shit. There's actually logic and reasoning behind the things I do. As you can see, I wrote Loading for War like fucking 16 years ago, and here I am with a nuclear explosion going off, and like, I've been this person for years. I've never changed. Poop is sinister. Ask Vince McMahon. Too soon. So if you guys haven't figured it out by now, the name change, I'm just gonna say it. Hopefully it's still available, since I've, hinted towards what it's going to be forever. My official name after this stream is going to be PSX_Reaper. That's the name change. It kind of just hit me because I used to go by, probably shouldn't talk about that, but to go by the name Reaper. A lot of things. Yep, I just started putting up the skulls, and then I was looking at the PS2POCALYPSE stuff, and I started doing those AI renderings of like, what would the Grim Reaper look like in this game? What would the Grim Reaper look like in this game? And I was like, dude, this is awesome. Like, it writes itself. It works. And it's... I draw skulls. It's like the only thing I know how to draw. And then also, it really hit me in the head when we were joking around. If you go back to it, you'll see the aha moment when we were playing... Yeah, that's the I was making wacky posters. Like if you look at the review I just posted for Fight Night Round 2, I made one of the Grim Reaper. It's a Grim Reaper in a boxing ring with barbed wire in the background. He's got boxing gloves on. But yeah, that's if you caught it in the beginning of the stream, I started hinting towards it on Blood Omen. I had one of the Grim Reaper drinking blood in a glass cup. This for the start screen for this one. I did it with the Grim Reaper. I asked it to do it with a holding a sword and a like a soul sword. I didn't understand what the hell I was saying, but it kind of fits, I guess. It also, the background was awesome because it looks like this game, which is funny because I didn't even know what the game looked like prior to playing it, and it's like that looks like it's in the game. I made one for Twisted Metal that's really funny too. It's the Grim Reaper driving an ice cream truck. So it's like if Mr. Grimm was Sweet Tooth. But it's funny though because it's not like he's not like inside of like a full size ice cream truck. It's like a little like push cart ice cream truck that he's driving around and he's holding a snow cone, an ice cream cone. I agree. Mr. Grimm is better than Sweet Tooth because Mr. Grimm has a way better story. Not saying that Sweet Tooth's story is bad by any means. I just think that Mr. Grimm's story in Black is one of the darkest, cruelest stories ever told in a video game. Oh yeah, dude, he's got that flying scythe. Oh yeah, the spectral skull. Well, like I was saying, the idea hit me in the head when we were playing Maximo, and the Grim Reaper becomes friends with Maximo. And I said it first, I was like, what is with these this whole run of games? The Grim Reaper is in all these fucking games. We played the 2 Castlevania games, both have death in them. Then we played Twisted Metal, has the living incarnation of death in it. Then we played Maximo, where the guy becomes friends with the fucking Grim Reaper, and I was like, it's a giant sign. It's time. It's time to. And then I've been reading on a Pale Horse, so it's like it all adds up. Like I'm just the PSX Reaper. I was going to do PSX2 Reaper, but then I was like, no, PSX Reaper's fine because the X can just mean 1 and 2. Oh, I know. I know what it specifically means. I'm just saying that in the world of algebra, X can be anything you want it to be. I know most of you guys weren't here in the beginning of the stream, so I'll say it again. The reason I'm in a good mood today, and I'm actually being able to have these fun conversations, is because I have 3 interviews lined up. No pun intended, it was looking grim for a little bit there. I was getting worried because I was like yeah, it was, what day was that? It was Monday. Before I started streaming, I just went through Indeed on every remote job and just started applying. I was like, I don't care if I'm qualified for it. I don't care what it is. I just applied to like probably 30 remote jobs. And then by the time I had started, the second I started streaming, I got a thing, I got an email letting me know that some hiring manager was like, hey, you apply for this job, we'd like to talk to you because, you know, your resume actually fits what we're looking for, so, you know, schedule a meeting. And then I got a text message from some dude that was like, hey, like, your resume was shown to us because you're applying to similar jobs. Want to know if you're interested in this job, like, we're really looking for people. I was like, yeah, I don't have any experience in that, but for $100,000 a year, yeah, I'd like to talk to you. Dude, I'm not pulling any punches on this one. When they ask me questions like that, I'm going to say that. When they ask me something like, so we see that you've actually have an extensive background in construction, and you decided to move into customer service, then you went back to being a high-low operator, so what makes you want to come back to customer service? Well, to be honest with you, I'm vehicularly fucked, and I have no way to get to work, and it's really hard to remotely do a fucking high-low job. I see. So, are you able to sit down for long periods of time and talk to people? Yes, I am more than qualified to do that. Well, that is the other thing that I'm going to use too. I'm going to be like, yeah, well, I am going to touch on like the idea of like, yeah, like this is my current situation. This is what's motivating me to do it, and I'm gonna be like, well, I also for 7 years I worked remotely. My contract was revoked with who I worked for, and that I ended up having to find jobs. But I've been looking for a remote job for a long time, and it's gonna sound better than how I'm describing it right now. Also, like, half of my brain is trying to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing in this. I don't get what the fuck they want me to do. What's the point of this little cubby hole? Oh yeah, I'm gonna like talk about how like dude, I get that when I worked from home for 7 years, I felt like I alienated myself from a lot of people, and I felt like it was actually one of the reasons I started streaming too, was because I felt like I lost my ability a little bit to talk to people, because I didn't talk to anyone when I worked from home for 7 years. Never had to go into an office, never had to leave my home. I was home all the time. And I was like, I'm losing my mind. Like, I barely talk to people. I'm always at home. I'm always sending messages, and I was like, dude, like, I have to find something to break up this monotony in my brain. And yeah, I did that little video of Darksiders. I was like, dude, I like doing this. And give this a try. Because I noticed it when I would go to concerts that I would like try to talk to people, and I would realize like, dude, I am so not skilled at talking to people anymore. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, I used to be a talking machine. What do you mean, what was your excuse? I blame your military brainwash. Half joking. Yeah, thank you guys for bearing with me through some hard times. Sorry it's not always peaches and cream over in Loadersville. Alright, someone tell me something because I am fucking lost. Like, is anyone seeing something that I'm just not seeing? Dude, I don't get, like, this whole mansion sucks. Like, this was the whole downfall of this game, was the mansion part that I had to do yesterday, because trying to remember, Borador is doing this backwards sucks. Trying to get to this stupid crypt where the Janos guy is, so I can put the heart into him. Like, I get that. I know where it is, but getting there... It's like how they remapped the fucking mansion in Resident Evil Remake. First one. Like, I can fly through the original Resident Evil. Unless the hunters decide that they want to chop my head off at full health. Like, I broke this, but it doesn't get me anywhere. There's climby things over here. I feel like the camera is blocking something. I said, like, these games just make me feel stupid because I know it's right in front of my face what I'm supposed to do. Oh, god damn it. It is right in front of my face. Oh, okay, cool. That wasn't it. Earlier in this section, you could burn these, like, carpets with the fire. I don't like they have all these bait and switch things that are going on in this section too. Like, I don't think there was literally a fucking reason to break that. Is it a fireplace? Fire! Fire! Wow! Join in the chant! Join in the chant! No, no fire. Oh, that was the first part. Wait, was I supposed to get the blood drinker again? Because that was the first part of the mansion was getting the blood drinker, the heart seeker, and the other thing. This is the revisit to the mansion. I already have the heart. I got the stupid Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Darkness.
See, you can hear him say it too. Heart of Darkness. Oh, son of a bitch. Angry. Yeah, like, I've just been kind of mad this year. Like, never really wanted to go back to working in a warehouse, and that job was killing me. Like, my first couple streams, I was really suppressing the rage of the job that I had. It paid well, but pay isn't everything. And, I've actually... Wait, Time to Kill. Time to Kill... That's just Duke Nukem 3D, right? I get those confused a lot. Going on, Shred. Time to Kill, I don't think I've ever played. I've also never played what is it? Babeland or whatever? Land of the Babes. Well, what is, oh, Meltdown? Duke Nukem Total Meltdown, is that what it's called? Duke Raider style. I remember when EGM did that, like, crossover, they did like a comic crossover thing of Duke Nukem and Tomb Raider in like 1998. Why didn't that go off? I'm gonna add that to the list. Thank you for the gift sub. I don't know, Streamlabs must be having an issue because I know I still have the browser still on there. It's still connected. I didn't change my name yet. Every now and then, Streamlabs has like a weird internal server error that happens. There was a day where I got raided, and I think I got like probably 30 follows, and all these new names were popping up, and I was just like, who are you guys? I didn't have the stream labels thing up either, and I was just like, I had no idea people were following me. And people were like, dude, I just followed you. And I was like, oh, I'll take your word for it. I'm about to say something really ununique, really lame, and I don't know what just triggered my mind to go here. But, I know that a lot of people don't like this band. I don't care. I like the band Tool. And, I just watched Escape from LA the other day. And the scene where Pliskin first gets to the platform and falls off. Where Pliskin first walks into LA and Sweat plays. That's one of my favorite parts of the movie. And the funny thing is that the lyrics in that song that make the most sense, where Maynard says, "It feels like I've been here before. Feels like I'm slipping into a dream within a dream." They don't play that part of the song. And that's what makes the song make sense. I don't like Creed. I like 2 Creed songs, though. I like the song 1 by Creed because I think that's just a good song. And I like the song My Own Prison because when I'm drunk, that's a great karaoke song. Should have been dead on a Sunday morning, banging my head. Oh, wow. I feel angry, I feel helpless. Wanna change the world, yeah. I feel violent, I feel alone. Yeah, let's get a round of applause for Scott Stapp. Now, he's the living proof that you don't need to know how to sing for shit. And make it to millionaire status. What's this life for? I don't know. I think there's some. I think there's punk bands that have a lot more talent than Scott Stapp does. You know, it's actually really funny. There's, you bring up punk and talent. There's a dude that used to play in Gigi Allen's band, the Jabbers. He has he's been doing these videos on YouTube about, like, hanging out with Gigi Allen back in the day and, like, everything about him. And he confirmed, he goes, "I'm going to put the mythos aside. Like, everything about Gigi Allen was not really true. Like, he was a genius, and he was one of the most civil people when the outsiders weren't around. He was one of the coolest, down to earth guys. Just knew how to sell controversy." Like, he was talking about, like, how Gigi Allen, like, got into drugs and shit. Like, Gigi Allen got into drugs, believe it or not, when he was trying to change the direction from being a punk band to being a metal band, like when he was doing like the Motley Crue type shit. And this guy was saying that, like, he was dating some girl at the time that got him into heroin and shit. Yeah, and you know what really pisses me off is the fact that I did it twice. Well, dude, the Japanese punk scene is nothing to be trifled with. The Japanese anything scene is nothing to be trifled with. Japanese musicians break the rules of everything. I've heard Japanese musicians break the rules of time, space, fabric. Yeah. Japanese anything. Japan just takes the rules and breaks them. What do you mean the human body can't be tangled in barbed wire and set on fire and have nails driven into its body, driven into itself? Here comes FMW. Japanese weed would probably be really hard to get your hands on. Possessing weed in Japan is like a life sentence. I need to stop. I need to focus on this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna shut up. I'm just going to do this platform. That didn't make any sense. Aragorio! Give me a game. Thank you very much for the sub. Well, if you want it to be played sooner rather than later, I would suggest PS2. If you want to have something that's going to be played whenever the hell I get the PS1. You can do PS1. It's entirely up to you. Like, the PS1 isn't that far out to being done. I just have to get my PS1 board back from my friend, and then I'm gonna mail it out to Divine, and Divine is going to make the X Station work. Yeah, it sounds good. So, I have, if you go to the bottom and you click on the PS2POCALYPSE thing, that's the list of everything that I currently have. That's not the full list of what's going to be played. That's just what I have. There's something I need for the PS2 so I can get some of the games to run. That's currently what works on what I have set up. So they make a thing. So there's, I forget, I was talking about this the other day. They have a there's a it's called like Pearl Vision or like Perfect Gem or like something like that. They made a thing for the PS1 called PS1 Digital, okay? They discontinued that and they made these new things called like Pearl Vision or Perfect Gem Vision or some shit. They have one for the audiophile PlayStation. So you would actually be able to have the two left and right analog and have the HDMI. So you could replace it that way. I know that sounds counterintuitive to have two audio outs, but if you had like a you had like a speaker setup, you could just run the aux cord out to the speakers. And you could just turn the volume down on the TV. "40 minutes later, finally gets the fucked up angle platform down. Well, it's about time. See, I was just trying to put the ball in the hole. I wanted to. Couldn't do it. Yeah, I've learned something about myself in the past few years. Is that my taste of music when I'm drunk totally changes. When I'm sober, I just like listening to extreme metal and underground hip hop. When I'm drunk, bring on the Limp Bizkit and Creed. Chocolate starfish. Gonna keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is. No, I can admit that I like it. A wise friend once told me that if you ever liked a band, you never stop liking a band. If you've ever liked any type of music, a part of you, somewhere. Like a chainsaw, skin your ass raw. And if Legacy of Kain keeps going this way, I just might break Raziel's face tonight. Give me games to break. There was a comment that I saw on a Limp Bizkit video. I had to post it on Facebook. the comment on this video said, one of the funniest things ever, because it's how I figured out how I get free beer everywhere I go when I'm drunk. There is a suspicious man who types out all of the lyrics to every Limp Bizkit song. If you find this menace to society, give him a beer. Just one of those days. Wait, you're going with Fatal Frame? Oh boy. Fatal, you're probably gonna see me like actually. Those are the only games that get under my skin for some reason. I knew it was coming because I used to talk about that all the time. I was actually thinking about that earlier this week. I was like, if anyone remembers me talking about that Fatal Frame is the only thing that scares me, it's gonna come up soon. Hopefully, if things go well, by the time we get to play that, we'll be on the late nights, and it'll be extra creepy. There's a new Limp Bizkit song on their latest album. It's called "Turn It Up, Bitch." Dude, "Turn It Up, Bitch" has got some of the most Fred Durst lyrics I've ever heard in my life. Because when you're full of shit, you're always full of shit. Because I'm the Don Julio, fucking up the studio. Give me a microphone and put your ass on blast. Like, dude. Fucking Fred Durst, man. Everybody needs some hardcore fucked up in your head shit, so turn it up, bitch. Dude, there's a line in it that cracks me up. I was in the middle of driving to work when I first heard the song, and it just, there's one thing he says, and I was like, yeah, I feel that, Fred. He says, I ain't into packing, but when I'm stuck in traffic, I'm thinking about blasting on you fools with this Maverick. I'm like, yeah! I can see that the times have changed. Still the same game, just a bunch of bullshit. DJ Lethal, bring it home! John Otto, take him to the Matthews Bridge. Can you feel it? My ginger generation. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I used to have a giant Limp Bizkit poster on my wall when I was a kid. Right next to my System of a Down poster. My Linkin Park poster. And here I am wearing a speed metal shirt. I've evolved. A Limp Bizkit fitted. I didn't start wearing fitteds until I was in my 20s. I used to wear those snapback hawk hats all the time. Yeah, I used to wear those. I used to have so many pairs of Genko jeans. That was my older brother's influence on me. I'm one of those people that when I look around and I start seeing people imitating what I do, I have to change who I am. And when people started getting into System of a Down and Limp Bizkit, I had to change it to Sepultura and Death. People started listening to Sepultura and Death, I had to go to Mayhem and Darkthrone. People started listening to Mayhem and Darkthrone, I had to really dig deep. Start finding the bands that people don't ever want to say they listen to, like Anal Cunt. Funny, I dug deep. Dug so deep into the underground, I found the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, Sepultura definitely fucks. It's actually really funny. So, on the first Sepultura album, Morbid Visions, there's a song called Necromancer. The lyrics to the song are Necromancer, Death's Evoker. But the way Max says it, it sounds more like Necromancer, Dirty Fucker. And they re-recorded Morbid Visions as the Cavalera band, and he did not change how he says that line. It sounds exactly like as it does on Morbid Visions. What the fuck? Well, I mean, he looks like he's a little out of breath. I think, like, if you look at a side-by-side comparison of Max Cavalera and Bam Margera, they look like they got the same genes. Which way do I go? I fucking remember. Oh, it's this way. Oh, that way. Dude, doing this backwards fucking sucks. Alright, so Soulfly. It's really hard for me to say that I like Soulfly. But... dude. Lead. Fucking Prejudice. Fucking, Eye for an Eye. The song remains insane. That first Soulfly album is awesome. I don't give a fuck. Dude, but yeah, you said it though. You already said the band. The band that matters the most out of the lineage. The most underrated of them all. Nail Bomb. Dude, Point Blank. Holy shit. The 90s was not ready for Point Blank. Carve your rights into your arm so they won't get taken away. Nowhere to turn, wasting away. Yeah, that album art and the album art for Proud to Commit commercial suicide, career suicide or commercial suicide. The live album that has their cover of Police Truck on it. Dude, have you ever listened to, Sepultura released an album, there's like a B-Sides and Rarities album that came out in the 90s. They have a cover of, Symptom of the Universe Sepultura cover of Symptom of the Universe is fucking awesome. Just the way that down tuning plays on the Speaking of Sabbath, I saw a video on Facebook earlier today that was, it was Rob Halford live doing vocals for Sabbath, and they were doing a cover, well, not really a cover, because it was Sabbath, just with Rob Halford singing. They play, Into the Void. Dude. Fucking, Halford singing Into the Void is so good. It sounds better than Ozzy. No, I think you're right. I think the opening is Max. That heavy down tune. I don't think Andreas comes in until Max starts doing vocals.
Me to your centuries to supersonic years.
It's kind of funny. There was some dude that made a bootleg patch, Sepultura, but it said Sepultura, like how Max says it, like we are Sepultura. And Sepultura ended up buying the bootleg rights. They're like, no, this is fucking great. We are Sepultura from Brazil. We know. We know. Oh yeah, the answer lies this way. I think they opened up the Monsters of Rock tour saying that. Like, you guys are in Argentina. Pretty sure a lot of your fan base is here. They know where you're from. We are Pantera from Texas. You're not gonna believe it in a couple years, but this is the same guy that talks like this. You ever seen the Cowboys from Hell VHS? There's this funny part in it where Phil he's got a plaid shirt on. He's got the top two buttons fucking buttoned up. He's got sunglasses on. He has a bandana on, and he's like, man, my name's Psycho Myko. Man, and like, I'm suicidal, but I'm not really suicidal because like being suicidal means that I would have killed myself. I didn't kill myself, but I think about killing myself, but I really don't want to kill myself. he takes the bandana off. He looks dead square into the camera. He's like, hey, Mike, it's Phil.
This relic had come at so high a cost. My blood offering for the answers I sought from this enigmatic corpse. It was the price of my freedom, for which Kain had paid with his life. Had I journeyed so far and forsaken so much, only to have it end like this?
I remember.
Raziel, the heir of prophecy. You came for the Reaver, just before the Seraphim found me.
You've been entombed here for 5 centuries. Your murderers are long dead.
500 years. And Vorador?
Also dead. Your bloodline is erased. The age of the vampires is coming to an end.
Then we must waste no time.
I'm not who you think I am, nor is this a benevolent act. I have questions that apparently you alone can answer.
Raziel, there are forces in this world that will strive to deceive you and pervert your destiny. But you must believe your arrival foretells the salvation.
Oh no, don't pervert my destiny.
Race.
Why then would the vampires devise a weapon to consume and imprison their savior?
No, that cannot be.
While the blade yet exists, I am drawn inexorably toward my doom. It was you who bound me to this fate. Only you can release me.
Raziel, you have been misled. You are ordained by prophecy to wield the Reaver.
And so I do, though not quite as you'd envisioned.
Redeemer and Destroyer. Is it possible? Did I misread all the signs? It seems your destiny is more labyrinthian than I had imagined. You must trust me, Raziel. We may have very little time. I will convey you to the place where your answers lie.
Where have you brought me?
We are within the ancient citadel of the vampire race, long ago defiled and abandoned. This fortress endured through centuries of war against our great enemy.
The Hilden.
Yes. From this chamber, we witnessed the summoning of the Pillars and the banishment of our adversaries from the land. This is a dire omen. The Binding is in peril. The hour of prophecy is at hand.
It's too late. The Pillars are already damned.
As long as a single one of us stands, there is still hope. The Pillars must not remain under human guardianship. They are not competent to serve.
Why then did you allow the Pillars to fall into human hands?
Raziel, there is no time.
I want answers. The world can end this instant for all I care.
Very well. The Hilden cursed us as they fell, afflicting our race with a predatory bloodthirst. But with this transformation came our enemy's true revenge. Immortality.
They liberated you from the Wheel of Fate.
They imprisoned our souls in this flesh, expelling us from the purifying cycle of death and rebirth.
And yet you pass the curse on.
It was a necessary evil. Our immortality banished us from God's grace. He turned his sight from us and fell silent. Many took their own lives, unable to bear the separation from our God.
Not you, though.
Curse or blessing, it is the price we pay to keep the Hilden banished from the land. To sustain the binding, we had to preserve our bloodline, and so we passed the dark gift to the human successors of our fallen guardians. They rebelled, inevitably, refusing the curse and seizing the pillars as their own. And so we come to our present dilemma. While mankind governs the pillars, the binding decays. The Hilden strain against the barriers of their prison, scratching to gain a foothold back into this world.
And what does all this mean to me?
We stand at the threshold of a new eon, Raziel, and you are the fulcrum upon which our destiny turns. Beneath this room lies our innermost sanctum. The outer chamber has been opened. It appears events are already in motion. This token is the key to the mysteries you seek. I cannot accompany you. You must face this trial alone. If you prevail, you will have your answers.
And if I fail the test?
Then you will not return.
Golden Ouroboros. What's going on, Adopted? This time you won't forget that I'm back from the dead. We're on PS1 games? I mean, camera is so well designed in this game, it may as well be a PS1 game. I was playing Street Fighter 6 again earlier. First time I really picked it. Well, I got my ass kicked the last time I played it. I got my ass kicked the last time I played it before that, but sat down and gave it a few hours last night. Got myself back up to platinum. Streaked into platinum. You're in the wrong game, Diablo. I really thought Diablo in the first Diablo was going to be a lot harder to kill. I remember going into that fight with like half health, and I was just save scumming every hit I was hitting him with, and I was like, wait a minute, he died. Barely even got a hit on me. Yeah, what a bitch, he didn't even hit on the road. I didn't make it far enough into Diablo 4 to even see what he looks like in Diablo 4, how it plays out. I know it's not even Diablo, it's fucking Lilith. Oh. Go back in.
That's not it.
Legacy of Kain. How a simple top-down violent game turns into some giant convoluted plot about time travel with vampires and soul reavers and whatever the fuck is going on. How did so much depth get added to this game off of They Victus? I blame that damn Amy Hennig. All that damn Dan Marino's fault. Faces out. What do you know? They're little footballs. What the fuck am I supposed to do? The endless cycle of the chick crying reminds me of the blood maze in Max Payne. Oh, why is my phone going off? Gotta turn the brightness up in here. Never remember that. White. I forgot that douchebag gave me the thing. Legacy of Kain. Game where you open up one door at a time and then instantly regret opening the door because you're immediately reminded, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Oh. There's an actual look button. I didn't think that they would know what R3 would be a button to use in this game. Why the fuck would you make that the actual look button? Angel of Death, monarch of the kingdom of the dead, infamous Butcher, Angel of Death. I'm going to skip the scary words in the beginning of the song that may get me banned. The meaning of pain, the way that I want you to die. Slow death, immense decay, showers that cleanse you of your life.
I should have known I'd find you.
I was trying to remember that fucker's name the other day. Now that I've spoke the words of the song, I remember his name. Joseph Mengele.
Life and death.
And I am beginning to think the vampires committed suicide only to escape your voice.
Do not fulfill my favor with your impertinence, Raziel. You have finally fulfilled your purpose. I am pleased.
What are you trying to obliterate here, then? What is it about me that has you so afraid?
Your fate is trivial, Raziel.
Yeah, someone,
It was Kain's destiny that mattered all along.
Somebody asked me if I could name another Nazi besides Hitler. And I was like, yeah. Himmler. That guy that Angel of Death is about.
My master seemed keen to extinguish the purifying fire of the Spirit Forge. Perhaps the Reaver would loosen his grip.
Rick Rubin did a hell of a job producing Rain in Blood. My legacy. I'm Kain. I'm Ron Burgundy. Well, based off of that logic, if I have legs, therefore I have a legacy, that means John Wayne Gacy has a legacy as well. His name's Gacy. Had legs. water, Helen. Damn it. Oh. I thought it stopped working. Yes, let's just make this thing that should be short infinitely longer. Yeah, these games are decently long. The fucking Blood Omen 2 was stupid long. Legacy of Kain. Game of pole stabbing and pole climbing. Really? Which one is that supposed to be? Oh, that's Earth. Earth and air? Yep. May as well just wait. Cover your light hole. Damn tentacle monster. There we go. I understand what's happening. Just show it to me. We're changing the camera angle. By the power of earth, wind, and fire. September.
It is accomplished. The Forge summons the spirit of every Balance Guardian to itself for this final purpose.
Ariel? You?
Yes, Raziel. Yet I am much more than I was. The veil is lifted from my sight. My spirit, united with the souls of my predecessors, is drawn here now for the final baptism of the blade. To restore balance, the sword must be rendered pure by spirit. Release me, Raziel. The Soul Reaver has the power. Release us all. For this we were called.
Use my body to keep you alive.
You have done well, Raziel. But there is one more trial for you to bear. You must unite what has been set asunder. Only then will the sign of balance be armed for his true endeavor.
The Reaver now blazed with purifying flame. But far from being enlightened, I found myself entangled in an even greater web of mysteries. What had Janos expected me to learn? And what of Ariel's cryptic message? If the sword was endowed for the Scion of Balance, for Kain, and he was now dead, what hope remained? I needed to find Janos, and soon. I dreaded to think what these ominous rumblings might portend.
Just go home. Go in the hole. That's your home. You're good for your home? Answer me. Now, this would be a much better and shorter game if, you know, all the puzzles were kind of like that one. Fucking these dudes up. It's Friday. Means we get to see more of the drama unfold with, we're not on SmackDown. Are you a Roman Reigns fan? You know, there's times I like some of his promo work. I can't lie. I like Cody. I'll make fun of him all the time. I do like the guy. I'm definitely a fan of The Rock. I used to really like the Usos too. There was that one cell match that they had. Don't remember who it was against. But I don't like how they picked Roman Reigns to be this champion of champions. Like, why him? Why did you guys pick him? Like, I don't like Seth Rollins that much, but I would prefer it to have been Seth Rollins to be the champion of champions more so than Roman Reigns. Where is this douchebag? I've seen Logan Paul do some interesting moves. The thing about Logan Paul that I don't like is and this isn't even against him, it's against current wrestling fans. Logan Paul does these really stupid spots. Like, he does these really dangerous spots. Not stupid as in the fact that, like, they don't look like, it definitely pays off for the visuals. And the crowd goes wild for it. And these are the same people that complain that AEW is an unsafe place to work. Oh, these guys, you could break your necks. Like, who cares? If someone's... I've never, like, watched... That applies to so much crap. That, like... People endanger their lives in the world of entertainment all the time to give people entertainment. And I just don't understand how Logan Paul is over when AEW gets shit on for doing the same type of stuff. Now, I don't like Logan Paul. I think he's a mediocre personality. I don't understand his rise to fame. And Logan Paul being a WWE wrestler kind of breaks it breaks that idea that you have to be a special type of person to be a wrestler. He's I don't really know how to describe that. He's neither here nor there with me right now. I personally don't like the guy, but he's not a bad wrestler. I wanted to hate Bad Bunny so much when Bad Bunny came to do those couple matches that he did. Bad Bunny was actually pretty good though. I'll tell you who has pulled a total 360, a total 180 in my book though is Dominic Mysterio. I think Dominic Mysterio is actually becoming a really decent wrestler. I have a feeling that Dominic Mysterio isn't going to actually become a really good wrestler until after his dad retires. I think that they're doing it right now where he's going to be heel and he's still technically in training. I think when Rey Mysterio actually retires from wrestling is when Dominic Mysterio, he's going to turn face and he's going to probably like do a last match with his dad, and then you'll see like out of nowhere he's going to have like a full fucking Rey Mysterio moveset. Didn't see that ladder. Sorry I'm all sniffly. The weather change really started fucking with my allergies.
Janos, what is this?
The binding is failing. All is lost.
We had arrived at that cataclysmic moment when a younger Kain faced his fateful dilemma as Balance Guardian. Choosing self-preservation over sacrifice, he doomed the pillars to eternal ruin.
Raziel, there may yet be hope. There is one who will be called. You must seek the Scion of Balance. Dear God! Raziel, we meet again.
No, I see your message.
You have played your part.
Going on, Kmart.
Flawlessly. It is gratifying to attain both freedom and vengeance in a single stroke. No! You cannot! This one is strong. Good. My next move requires a more durable host. Mortals are such fragile vessels. Willing or not, you have provided the instrument of our victory.
I wouldn't celebrate just yet.
You pathetic creature. You haven't got a clue. The seduction of the Circle and possession of Mortanius, Ariel's murder, the corruption and collapse of the Pillars, all orchestrated as a prelude to this moment. We sought an incorruptible vessel, and you provided one. We required the blood of our ancient enemy, and you delivered Janos Audron, having first been lured to the heart of darkness. Best of all, you murdered the Scion of Balance to get it. We've already won. Raziel, you must not allow them to carry out their plan. Kill me, and you end it now. Suicidal like the rest of them. Know your place, Raziel. The true hero plays his role and then steps aside. You deluded ghoul. Do you so wish to die a martyr for the vampire's lost cause?
You're not leaving this chamber. I will destroy Janos if I have to.
Very well then. I'll indulge you.
That was fair. kicking my own ass. Mind? I don't know what Rich's stance is on Seems like I could really hit him when cast off that tornado thing. Rashid. 7 wins. Oh, this fight is annoying. Aha!
Raziel, finish it before he returns. You should have listened to me. Now it is finished, and thus a new epic has its beginning.
Epic and epoch are two totally different fucking words. But okay.
Do you see? However far you stray, you will always return to me. Surrender, Raziel.
Never!
Your efforts are wasted, Raziel. That weapon you bear, however endowed, remains only a wraith blade. It cannot touch me.
I will not be your prisoner.
You have no choice. Your task is fulfilled. Kain has been cleared from the board, and this chamber made ready for my more malleable servants. There is nothing more for you to do.
I refuse to bend my will.
It has always been my will you satisfy, never your own.
You parasitic fraud. You are forced to imprison me because I possess free will.
You possess nothing. As you are undying, your soul cannot be returned to the wheel. But it may console you to abide here in eternity with me. Mobius, my good servant, I call you to the place of our first meeting. Return to me here.
Oh shit. So yeah, I just got an email saying that they are going to talk about the fallout of the WrestleMania highlight.
I woke to find myself in a shadowy realm. A disquieting stillness lay where my heart had been, the heart that had belonged to Janus Ordran all along. How was it possible that I still lived?
You are still very full, Vampire. That will go first. This realm will render you hideous. You will go mad. You will not know it.
What is this place?
Do you not think of this place every day, Vampire? Or are we truly forgotten? This is the exile into which we were driven. But soon now, soon we will be free. We will be free.
Fighting 30 Ravens. Come on, Diablo, just die.
I felt strongly drawn, compelled even, not to linger here, but to go to the vampire citadel at once.
Loudest climbing ever. Do it a little bit louder. I don't think the enemy knows you're here yet. I wall killed him. Just go through the fucking portal. God damn it, the fucking lock mechanism in this fucking sucks. It's not a portal. The way is blocked. Douchebags among us. Bay motherfucking Victus. Probably because the sensor that says that your door is closed is probably faulty. That's my guess. I'm not a mechanic though. I'm just putting my guess in before Retro Anonymous tells you the truth. Shit. Does that mean I was right? I just used the wrong term? That was dumb. It was right in front of my face. When I worked at that,
I knew what ominous hour this was in Nosgoth's history. For here was the event that had shaped my entire existence. I had cast my fate, refusing the sacrifice, damning the pillars, and founding my doomed empire upon their ruins. I would raise the Salafan priests to be my closest lieutenants, and would one day cast the strongest of them, my servant Raziel, into the abyss, dealing one last hand to play against fate. But in the end, had it made any difference? Had I misread the signs, as Mobius told me? In my arrogance, had I missed my cast at destiny?
when I worked at that drywall company, one of the trucks had a similar issue. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we had to unplug the battery on that thing all the time. There was nothing more unsettling than trying to unplug a battery in the middle of a fucking rainstorm and plugging it back in the morning in the middle of the same fucking rainstorm. My manager's like, just put a plastic bag over yourself, put a trash bag over yourself, just kind of get in there, block the rain out. Like, how about this is fucking dangerous? Messaging now. Finally get to kill this fucking octopus.
The Hilden are merely an inconvenient consequence. They will be dealt with in time. It is a small price to pay for Kain's death.
You're a bit premature.
Kain!
Is there a crack in your omniscience after all, Mobius? First, your omniscience, and now your powers. You're slipping badly.
This is not possible.
The part of me that Staff affected is no longer in its place. But you already knew that, didn't you? I always was considered heartless. And now, Mobius, it is time.
To kill me? Again? Your only solution for every problem. Kill.
This is not a debate. You see, this time, you have nothing that I want.
You think this will matter? I serve one who has power over life and death.
Then go to him.
That was awesome. That was good dialogue.
Is obedient.
Then go to him. Fuck yeah. That's some cold shit.
All pain will fade, and my master will bring me life once more. Master, my apologies. A momentary oversight. Somehow Kain still lives, and has unexpectedly dispatched me. Make use of your good servant, and go to your master then. I release you to the wheel. Oh, God. Do you see it now? The monster that you served. Is this what you imagined when you worshipped it? No! And in that knowledge, go and feed it. I release you.
Your petty actions are irrelevant, Raziel. Mobius was a good servant, but he was of no further use. His long life had run its course. You see, even when you rebel, you are doing my will.
Perhaps. But something has changed, hasn't it? You didn't foresee Kain's return.
You have both traced your paths along the wheel. This is where the journey ends.
You haven't the means to kill either one of us.
Ah, but you can be stopped. And you will come to understand how oblivion can be a mercy. You and Kain will spend eternity buried here together, praying for the merciful release of a death that will never come.
But I was armed with newfound knowledge, and it burned within me.
Redeemer and Destroyer.
Mobius had never seen his master until the Soul Reaver purified his sight. Even the ancient vampires had no idea what it was they so righteously worshipped.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
All the conflict and strife throughout history, all the fear and hatred, served but one purpose: to keep my master's wheel turning. All souls were prisoners, trapped in the pointless round of existence, leading distracted, blunted lives until death returned them, always in ignorance, to the wheel.
The coin is still turning.
But what hope had there been? One cannot fight the unseen.
Only then will the Scion of Balance be armed for his true endeavor.
Despair, Raziel. There is no escape.
It was then I knew what I had to do. I alone could end this.
Kain. Do you so enjoy death? Yes.
Raziel. No! Yes. This is how...
No! Raziel!
The Soul Reaver, pure of all corruption. This is what it is for. This is what I am for. The two become one. Both Soul Reavers together. And the Scion of Balance is healed. And I am not your enemy, not your destroyer. I am, as before, your right hand, your sword.
No, Raziel. This can't be the way.
And now you will see the true enemy.
Raziel. And it was then I saw.
So, I am revealed to you at last.
What in hell?
I am the origin of life, the devourer of death. I am the hub of the wheel, the purifying cycle to which all souls must be drawn.
Had I condemned Raziel to this nightmare when I cast him into the abyss?
You may ponder the futility of your ambitions as you spend a deathless eternity beneath a mountain of rubble. You and your Soul Reaver will go equally mad as the eons pass. The Citadel of the Apostates will become your living tomb.
Your words are heartening. For you would not fear us unless we could truly do you harm.
No! You are nothing!
False god. This is the end. The final turn of your wheel.
You know that feeling when you play Final Fantasy X, you meet Seymour? You're just like, dude, I can't wait till I get to kill this fucking guy. How I felt about this fucking squid the entire time.
You will never escape.
We're having calamari for dinner.
I will bury you. You will never defeat me, Kain. Feed the wheel. That almost hurt. I will bury. I will bury. Feed the wheel. I will bury. You will never defeat me, Kain. That almost hurt.
I'd buy that for $1. Damn. Rogue City is an awesome fucking game. I almost got the platinum in that, and I missed one trophy. I didn't realize while playing it that Rogue City is heavily based off of RoboCop 3. I just recently watched RoboCop 3 again for the first time in years.
Never defeat me, Kain.
I think Some of the dialogue in the game is very weird, but overall, good game. I mean, I was expecting the game to fucking suck, so it actually being a good game, I was like, wow. If I had never seen a RoboCop movie and I played that game, I would still like it.
Pathetic creature.
That was such a sneaky release too. Like, I didn't even know they were making a RoboCop game until maybe like a week before that game came out.
Your sacrifice has been made in vain, Raziel. Your broken body will be buried here for all eternity.
Dude, some of the pistol mods that you can have are fucking awesome too.
Surrender, Kain.
Have you been anywhere where you can break glass yet? The glass shattering physics are nice.
Surrender, Kain. I will bury you.
Damn it. Oh. Yep, finally back to playing as Kain. I think Raziel is dead. That's probably why they never made another one, because they're like, oh, everyone likes Raziel so much, what do we do? Why did we kill him off?
Feed the wheel. Submit to my will.
Yeah, Kane's like that main character guy from Queen of the Damned, and Raziel is like a Twilight vampire. I'll compare them to. Why the fuck?
You will never defeat me, Kain.
And he can't act.
You cannot defeat me. Surrender, Kain.
Why are they making it to where I can't hit this one? Fucking assholes. Stop changing shit. Kill this fucking squid.
I will crush you, vampire.
Well, all that glitters isn't gold. Azil is just like a gas guzzling premium model of a car. Kain said one of the coldest lines in this game. So Kain said a really cold line in Blood Omen 2. There's a part where he's trying to get onto this dock, and the guy's like, "Oh, we're waiting for the night shift," and Kain says, "I am the night shift." That was a great line. In this game, when he kills Mobius, Mobius says, "I only serve one higher power," or some shit like that. Just before Kain stabs him, he says, "Then go to him." And fucking just stabs him. I was like, yeah, that's a badass line. What's going on, Puffy Nips?
Surrender, Kain. Pathetic creature. This cannot be. Surrender, Kain. You will never defeat me, Kain.
Damn it.
You will.
Double quarter pounder. My favorite burger is terrible for the body. My favorite burger of all time is a Dave's Triple.
Never bring the wheel of
Boss is okay. We fought worse. At least it's not a. Well, I guess it is kind of a gimmick fight. At least we don't have to block his shit to charge a fucking Heater up.
You will never escape. You will never defeat me, Kain. Pathetic creature. Surrender, Kain. Surrender, Kain. I will bury you. I will crush you, vampire.
Yeah, I like how DoorDash has more options than regularly going to a fast food place does.
You will never defeat me, Kain. You will never escape.
My favorite thing with DoorDash is like you'll have a fast food place like right by where you live, and instead of the DoorDash delivery coming from that place, it comes from like the one that's like 10 miles away. Dude, the 3 tentacle part is fucking annoying.
You will never break from the wheel of fate. That almost hurt. You will never break from the wheel of fate. Feed the wheel. I've endured your game long enough. Enough. Pathetic creature. Pathetic creature.
You're the pathetic creature.
Cannot defeat me. I will bury you. I will bury you. Pathetic creature.
I jumped! Fucking jumped.
Your sacrifice has been made in... Your sacrifice has been made in vain, Revenue.
Dead. Son of a bitch! The game just had to fucking lag on that. Awesome. Do it again.
Pathetic creature.
Ooh, perfect dodging of fireballs. That was sweet. Practicing for Street Fighter. Surrender, Kain. I will bury you. Never escape. One more opening.
I will bury you.
What the fuck? Why are you making me...
I will bury you.
I shall be the one doing the burying.
I will bury you.
Good job jumping, dude. Fuck this game. I love how the game lags just before. It's always on the last one. It lags. It does something every single fucking time.
You will never escape. Submit to my will. You will never defeat me.
Awesome! Cool. With his kicks. Shouldn't have cracked it.
Pathetic creature. This cannot be. You will never defeat me, Kain.
Oh, bitch.
Feed the wheel.
The only way I found to avoid them is to do the mist thing, which never fucking works when you need it to, and you can't do it 2 times in a row. You have to rhythmically do that. It sucks. Like, there's certain fights in this game that I've noticed that were just auto-locked. This one's not one of them. That last boss fight that I did with the other character, feel like saying his name. He fucking sucks. That was an auto-locked fight. Like, I was able to do the roll evade without holding another button. Here, I have to hold down L1 at the right time, and hit X to evade. And then you can't, like, just mash it where you'll just keep misting away. Stupid. This squid is the only thing standing between me and a whole day of fucking Street Fighter. Time to go away. Never want to play these fucking games again. Once again, he doesn't jump. How did I get knocked? I hate this fucking game. IDOS, why do you guys fucking suck? Also, you guys had 3 games to come up with how you were going to kill this guy. This is the best way you could fucking do it. I would much rather that he, like, turned into, like, a human form or some shit with a squid head. Like a fucking... one of the dudes from Half-Life with a fucking, with a fucking head crab. Whatever, I'll take it. But as close to death as I could be.
You cannot destroy me, Kain. I am the engine of life itself. The wheel will turn. The plague of your kind will be purged from this world. And on that inevitable day, your wretched, stagnant soul will
You guys know me. I gotta make it some fancy ending.
In the meantime, you'd best burrow deep.
That's the end. No credits. That's the end of the game.
Now at last, the masks had fallen away. The strings of the puppets had become visible, and the hands of the Prime Mover exposed. Most ironic of all
Thanks
was
for
the
the
last
subtitles.
gift that Raziel had given me. More powerful than the sword that now held his soul, more acute even than the vision his sacrifice had accorded me. The first bitter taste of that terrible illusion. Hope.
Victus. We'll let the credits play. See if I can do this while I'm live. Solid 3.8 out of 5. Yeah. Here we go.